Chapter 15:11. Lu Ming and the other two went around a corridor and came to a room. They finally realized that the room hadn't been plundered. The tables and chairs inside were all rare materials for refining weapons. The three of them put them away. Then they continued to move forward. However, this time, they found that all the rooms had been plundered. The room they were in just now was a fish that had escaped the net. The three of them went past a few rooms and came to a side hall. The three of them stopped there. In front of them, a young man in a white shirt stood with his hands behind his back. He was looking at a painting on the wall of the hall. There were a few true dragons in the painting. They were so lifelike that they looked as if they were going to jump out of the painting. Divine Son. Lu Ming and the other two were stunned. This young man was the Divine Son of the Heavenly God sect. Hearing the noise, the Divine Son turned around and looked at Lu Ming and the other two coldly. Disciples of the Dragon God Valley. No wonder you can come here. Get lost. The Divine Son said coldly. The last word, get lost, was like the roar of a god. Sacred light burst out, and a terrifying wind swept towards Lu Ming and the other two. The three of them were shocked. They released their Zhenyuan and domain to defend themselves. However, the wind was too violent. It kept bombarding their bodies. The three of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were forced to retreat. They felt their blood and chi surging. They almost coughed up blood. The Divine Son cast a cold glance at the three of them once again. With a wave of his hand, he put away the picture scroll. He seemed to be disdainful of dealing with the three of them. With a sway of his body, he left through a passageway. He's just scolding them. They just have a higher cultivation. Why do they act so high and mighty? Tian Chui scolded unhappily. Lu Ming didn't say anything. The martial world was like that. If you were strong, you could do whatever you wanted. If you weren't strong enough, there was no point in talking. The three of them chose another direction and moved forward. Soon they passed by a hall. There were fist-sized pearl of the night inlaid on the wall. Xuanixin's eyes lit up. She plucked out the pearl of the night pearl one by one, and put them away excitedly. Lu Ming and Tian Chui looked at each other. This luminous pearl was a treasure to ordinary people, but to martial artists, it was no different from a piece of trash. It was completely useless. It's said that true dragons like to collect treasures, especially shiny things. It's true. Tian Chui muttered. Humph, what do you know? Xuanixin glanced at Tian Chui with disdain. Boom. Boom. At this moment their expressions changed. That was because there was an intense rumbling sound coming from ahead of them. Someone is fighting, or Tian Chui raised his eyebrows. Let's go take a look. Be careful. Lu Ming said. The three of them retracted their auras and headed toward the source of the voice. Soon, the three of them walked out of a large door and arrived at a huge hall. The hall was extremely spacious and could probably hold hundreds of thousands of people. In the middle of the hall was an enormous metal coffin. The giant coffin was engraved with the image of a true dragon. Layers of inscriptions filled the coffin. Dragon coffin. The three of them were shocked. It was obviously a dragon coffin. At this moment, a few experts were attacking the dragon coffin. However, the inscriptions on the dragon light formed a light screen that blocked the dragon coffin. Boom. 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 Those experts were all above the 7th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. There was even a cultivator of the 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. Dazzling lights shot out from his hands and bombarded the light screen of the dragon coffin. The light screen shook, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. When Lu Ming and the other two arrived, the experts turned around and glanced at them. When they saw that the strongest among the three of them was only a LV5 Martial Royal Realm expert, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes and they were ignored. A dragon coffin. At this moment, a LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert arrived and joined the others to attack the dragon coffin. The loud rumbling attracted the experts over. Gradually more and more experts gathered. Clang. A young man stepped out from one direction with a towering sword chi. It was Wang Jian, the genius of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. Bang. In another direction, the Divine Son stepped out from the sacred light. The two top geniuses of the Tsang continent had arrived at the same time. A dragon coffin. The Divine Son's eyes shone brightly. Get lost, a bunch of trash. The Divine Son shouted coldly. He stepped out and appeared in front of the dragon coffin. Sacred light burst out from his body, and 2 experts were sent flying by the Divine Son's sacred light. Damn it! The 2 experts roared in their hearts, but they did not dare to say anything. Boom! The Divine Son's palm hit the light screen of the giant coffin. The light screen shook violently as if it would collapse at any time, but it held on in the end. Haha, Divine Son, it seems like you can't do it. Let me help you. Wang Jian sneered. Sword Chi burst out, and a terrifying sword Chi slashed at the light screen. The light screen shook violently, but it was not broken. Let's attack together. The Divine Son glanced at the others coldly and said coldly, bang. Then the Divine Son stepped out. The dazzling sacred light turned into a divine saber and slashed at the light screen of the dragon coffin. At the same time, Wang Jian slashed out with his sword. The others gritted their teeth and attacked as well. With so many people attacking together, the power was terrifying. They bombarded the light screen together, causing it to shake violently. Crack. The light screen made a cracking sound and a crack appeared. The light screen cracked open. The crowd was excited and continued to attack. Finally, with a bang, the light screen exploded. The inscriptions on the huge dragon coffin dimmed and finally disappeared. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the dragon coffin. What was in the dragon coffin? Was there really a true dragon buried there? Open. The Divine Son was bathed in sacred light. A huge palm condensed in the air and slammed heavily on the dragon coffin. Rumble. The lid of the dragon coffin was opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the crowd rose into the air and looked into the dragon coffin. Dragon. A true dragon. There really was a true dragon lying in the dragon coffin. The true dragon was pitch black. Its black scales revealed a sparkling luster. There were 2 dragon horns on its head and 5 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a black dragon. The dragon's body exuded a mysterious aura. Sage state. This true dragon had definitely reached the sage state when it was alive. A sage state true dragon was full of treasures. Back then, Lu Ming had spent 2 million contribution points to redeem 15 pounds of sage state true dragon bones with complete spirituality. One could see how precious they were. Even if this true dragon's corpse had lost some of its spirituality, it was still priceless. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, someone moved and pounced at the true dragon's corpse. You're courting death. How dare you touch my true dragon? Kill. The Divine Son shouted coldly. Sacred light burst out and turned into a divine saber that slashed out. Chapter 15:12. Deity, aren't you being too overbearing? We opened the dragon coffin together. Everyone who saw it has a share. Don't tell me you want to monopolize it. ALV9 Martial Royal Realm Elder shouted angrily. Get lost. If you don't die. The Divine Son said coldly, unusually overbearing. Haha, Divine Son, it's not that easy for you to monopolize this true dragon. Wang Jian sneered. The Divine Son glanced at him coldly, but he did not say anything. Strength spoke louder than words. He could not ignore Wang Jian's strength. The others looked pale. It was difficult for them to fight against Wang Jian and the Divine Son. Everyone, the Sacred Realm Dragon Corpse is extremely rare. Since we have seen it, how can we not get a share? How about we join forces? The LV9 Martial Royal Realm Elder said. Okay, I agree. I agree too. The others said one after another. The figures of more than 10 experts flashed and gathered together, standing on equal footing with the Divine Son and Wang Jian. You are just a mob. Don't overestimate yourselves. The Divine Son said coldly and stepped toward the true dragon corpse. He wanted to keep the divine dragon corpse. As long as he kept the true dragon corpse, no one could compete with him. Clang. Wang Jian also moved. How could he let the Divine Son monopolize it? Attack. The other experts moved as well. There were 13 of them in total. 3 of them were LV9 Martial Royal Realm experts. The rest were LV7 and LV8 Martial Royal Realm experts. Even a sage-to-be expert could not ignore them when they gathered together. The 3 parties pounced toward the true dragon at the same time. Lu Ming and the other 2 stood at the side of the hall and watched coldly. With their strength, they could not interfere at all. The divine son and the others ignored them. Get lost! Get lost! The divine son shouted. Sacred light condensed into a divine saber and slashed out a dozen times at Wang Jian and the other experts. Clang! Sword radiance burst out and clashed with the divine saber. The space was filled with the sound of sword chi and saber radiance. The other experts also tried their best to resist the saber radiance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the deity grabbed the true dragon's corpse with his hand, intending to put it into his storage ring. Don't even think about it. At the same time, Wang Jian also grabbed out a big hand and collided with the godchild's big hand. It's ours. The dozen or so people strode forward and grabbed at the dragon corpse. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar erupted from the dragon pavilion, forming a terrifying sound wave that swept out in all directions. The divine son and Wang Jian's expressions changed slightly. They each unleashed a blade light and a sword chi to break through the sound wave. Apart from the two ninth-layer martial dominators who managed to resist the sound wave, the rest were knocked backward. Some of them even vomited blood. Lu Ming and the other two also did their best to resist. However, they were relatively far away, so the power of the sound wave was greatly reduced, and they were able to block it with relative ease. What happened? Everyone at the scene was greatly shocked. A dragon's roar came from the dragon coffin. Could it be that this true dragon was still alive? Roar! Then, another dragon roar sounded, and it also came from the dragon coffin. Bang! Bang! Next, a series of banging sounds could be heard from within the dragon coffin. The black dragon actually stood up and roared. It looked around, its huge eyes shining with a ferocious light. How can this be? The Saint True Dragon is still alive? No, the Saint True Dragon is dead. This is just the immortal mark of the Saint True Dragon. Many people spoke out. The last voice shocked everyone. They sensed carefully and found that there was no sign of life in this true dragon. It had indeed been dead for many years. The reason why the true dragon could move was because of the immortal mark. It's already dead. What's the use of resisting? Today, it's destined to be mine. The divine son said coldly. The sacred light on his body became even brighter. He grasped the void with one hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Many people were shocked. This was the divine retribution spear. The divine retribution spear. Kill! The divine son shouted. The divine retribution spear pierced through the void and stabbed toward the true dragon's corpse. As long as the divine retribution spear destroyed the immortal mark of the Saint True Dragon, the Saint True Dragon would be completely dead. Roar! The black true dragon roared and clawed out. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the divine son's divine retribution spear, causing a violent roar. The black true dragon's body trembled, and the divine son took 2 steps back. After all, the Saint True Dragon had been dead for many years. The immortal mark left behind could not possibly have the combat strength it had when it was alive. On the other side, sword light flashed and Wang Jian appeared. The black true dragon swung its tail and blocked Wang Jian's sword light. Then the dragon's horns glowed. 2 beams of black light burst out and slashed toward the divine son and Wang Jian. The divine son's divine retribution spear struck again and destroyed the black light. On the other side, Wang Jian also destroyed the true dragon's black light. You've been dead for many years, and you still want to resist. Today, I'll make you disappear completely, the divine son said. His glabella glowed, and a small pagoda flew out. It was a small white jade pagoda. As soon as it flew out, it rapidly expanded and emitted a milky white sacred light. Its aura was shocking. A sacred weapon. Someone whispered. Boom. The divine son used a sacred weapon. With his cultivation, controlling a sacred weapon was shockingly powerful. The white jade pagoda pressed down on the black true dragon. Roar! The black true dragon roared, and its dragon claws slammed into the white jade pagoda, causing a violent roar. Boom! The white jade pagoda shook, but the true dragon's corpse was also shaken and retreated. Then the white jade pagoda slammed down again. Although the true dragon roared again and again, it was still suppressed. Roar! The black true dragon roared and abandoned the divine son. Its body twisted, and it rushed toward the top of the hall. It wanted to escape. Today you can't escape. The divine son waved his hand, and an inscription talisman scroll appeared. The inscription talisman scroll opened, and dense inscriptions shone. Buzz. A large array appeared and suppressed the void. What a wonderful inscription talisman scroll. It can actually seal the void. Next to the hall, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The inscription talisman scroll of the divine son was very wonderful. It could seal the void and imprison it. In this way, the black true dragon would not be able to escape. Divine son, you're really generous. You're even willing to take out an ancient inscription talisman scroll, like the god's forbidden void. Wang Jian said. Humph. The divine son snorted. He took a step forward and appeared above the black true dragon. The white jade pagoda pressed down again, and completely obliterated the black true dragon's mark. Bubbles. At this time, no one noticed that Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Bubbles, who was on his shoulder. Then Bubbles opened its mouth and waved its little claws forward. Crack! Crack! Chapter 15:13. The inscription talisman of the god's forbidden void had failed. Since the void imprisonment failed, the inscription talisman burned and turned into ashes. Inscription talismans were usually one-time use items. Roar. After the void imprisonment failed, the black real dragon let out a long roar. Its dragon power was vast and mighty, and its entire body emitted a black light. Boom. The black real dragon struck out with its dragon claws and heavily bombarded the white jade pagoda, causing it to fly out. Then the black real dragon let out a long roar and soared into the sky. It smashed a hole in the ceiling of the hall and flew out. Whoosh! Gravel flew everywhere, and a huge hole appeared above the dragon palace. The black real dragon wanted to break through the sky and fly out. Who is it? The deity roared and looked around, emitting an extremely cold, murderous intent. Just now, someone had secretly broken his god's forbidden void, allowing the black real dragon to escape. A great opportunity had been destroyed, and he had lost an ancient god's forbidden void inscription talisman. This made the deity's murderous intent extremely intense. No one made a sound. Swoosh! A sword light flashed, and the king's sword soared into the sky and chased after the black real dragon. The deity roared and also soared into the sky, chasing after the black real dragon. Let's go and take a look. That's right, we should at least get a share. The other experts soared into the sky and rushed toward the hole in the ceiling. Above them, light scattered. The black real dragon had directly pierced through the roof of the dragon palace and rushed out of the dragon palace. Is that a real dragon? No, a real dragon's corpse? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming and the rest could still hear the voices coming from outside. Obviously, those who couldn't enter the dragon palace exclaimed when they saw the black real dragon fly out. Roar. Boom. Then a dragon's roar resounded. Obviously, the black real dragon had been caught, and a huge battle broke out between it and the deity and the rest. Chirp chirp, Bubbles chirped on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming smiled. Just now, it was Lu Ming who had let Bubbles destroy the deity's forbidden void. Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse and could control time and space. It could secretly destroy space without anyone noticing. What should we do? Are you going out to watch the show? Tian Chui spoke, feeling a little depressed. In this trip to the Dragon Palace, they didn't get anything except some refining materials. As for the true dragon corpse, they could only look at it and not fight for it. How could they not feel depressed? True dragons usually like to build a hidden treasury. I reckon that it hasn't been discovered yet, Xuaningxin said. Treasure vault? Tian Chui's eyes lit up. Xuaningxin was a real dragon. She knew the habits of real dragons very well. Xuaningxin nodded and said, that's right. Besides, the treasury is very well hidden. It's probably not far away from the true dragon's corpse. If it's not far away, then it's very likely that it's in this hall. Lu Ming said. That's right. Xue Xian nodded. Then let's hurry up and find them. When those guys come back, we'll have nothing to do with them, Tian Chui said. Then, he rushed out and looked around to see if there were any hidden doors. Lu Ming and Xuaningxin also looked around. However, no matter how many people looked around the hall, they didn't find anything. Could it be under the dragon coffin? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the dragon coffin. Xuaningxin's eyes lit up and said, that's possible. If it was under the dragon coffin, wouldn't it be the closest to the black true dragon? Haha, hurry up. Tian Shui rushed over and pressed his palms on the dragon coffin. His muscles bulged as he pushed with great force. Rumble. The huge dragon coffin was pushed up by Tian Shui. Lu Ming and Xuanixin also went over to help. The three of them worked together to move the dragon coffin. There's a door indeed. When the dragon coffin was moved, their eyes lit up. There was obviously a door under the dragon coffin. They could see that the true dragon's treasury was probably below. Break this door. A huge hammer appeared in Tian Shui's hand. Wait a minute. Lu Ming called out. Then his glabella lit up. Dense inscriptions appeared in the void, forming a large formation. This formation could isolate sound. This was the inscription of the second body. It was inscribing the formation through Lu Ming. Junior brother is still the most thoughtful. Tian Shui grinned, picked up the huge hammer, and smashed it heavily on the door on the ground. Boom. The huge hammer smashed down, and there was a loud explosion. If not for the soundproof formation, it would definitely alarm the people outside. However, when the huge hammer smashed down, the door on the ground was completely fine, only leaving a faint mark. It's so hard. I don't believe it. Again. Tian Shui continued to pick up the huge hammer and smashed it down again. However, it was useless. It did not budge. Tian Shui smashed it 7 or 8 times in a row, but the result was the same. No, I can't open it at all. Tian Shui said helplessly. This door can only be opened with a special method. Brute force is useless. Lu Ming observed carefully. I've heard that some true dragons will use their own blood as a key to seal the door of the treasure vault. Try my blood. Xuanixin thought for a while and said. Then, Xuanixin waved her hand and cut a wound on her arm. Sparkling blood dripped onto the ground. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook, and there was a rumbling sound. Then the door on the ground opened to both sides, revealing an underground secret chamber. As soon as the door opened, a bright light spread out from below. It's open. Let's go down. The three of them flew down with shining eyes. Below them was a secret chamber. As soon as they went down, the three of them were stunned. Treasures. They were all treasures. At a glance, they were all treasures piled up like mountains. There were all kinds of shiny refining materials. Some were for refining spiritual weapons, and some were for refining sacred weapons. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were shining brightly. There were also all kinds of spiritual weapons. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were spiritual weapons of all levels. There were even low-level spiritual weapons. Each of them was shining brightly. Some of the spiritual treasures were even embedded with gems. He even saw piles of night pearl. Of course, there were also piles of origin stones. However, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the dozen balls of light floating in the air. Sacred weapons. More than a dozen balls of light, all of them sacred weapons. More than a dozen sacred weapons. Lu Ming's heart raced. Let's put them away quickly. Lu Ming said. If the Divine Sun and the others found out, they would not have a share. Yes, let's put them away quickly. We'll sort them out when we get out. Tian Shui said. Chapter 15-14. In less than a minute, the entire treasury was emptied. Nothing was left. Let's go. After that, the three of them rushed out of the treasury. Without any hesitation, they flew out through the hole created by the true dragon. Boom. Boom. In the outside world, the battle was still ongoing above the Qilong Lake. The deity Wang Jian and the others were still besieging the black true dragon's corpse. Roar. The black true dragon's body was emitting a black light, as if a black flame was burning. Its combat strength was even stronger than before. The true dragon's corpse is burning the mark to increase its combat strength. But soon, the mark will disappear, and the true dragon's corpse will have no power to resist. Xuanning thought. The three of them flew to the side of the Qilong Lake and watched from afar. The deity controlled the white jade hall like the son of God. He was bathed in holy light and constantly bombarded the black true dragon. As for Wang Jian, a battle sword floated above his head. It was obviously a sacred weapon. Beams of terrifying sword light slashed at the black true dragon. As for the other experts, They could only watch from afar. They could not interfere at all. Roar. The black true dragon suddenly roared. 2 dragon horns flew out from its head and rapidly grew in size. In the end, they turned into 2 sky-piercing blades and slashed at the deity and Wang Jian. Clang! Clang! The deity's white jade pagoda and Wang Jian's battle sword were sent flying by the dragon horns. The deity and Wang Jian's bodies shook, and they were forced to retreat. Roar! The black true dragon roared angrily. Its body twisted and rushed into the distance. You want to leave? Dream on. The deity roared. He controlled the white jade pagoda and heavily bombarded one of the dragon horns. The dragon horn was sent flying. Its light dimmed and it quickly shrank. The deity rushed over and grabbed the dragon horn in his hand. On the other side, Wang Jian also grabbed a dragon horn in his hand. The 2 of them put away the dragon horns and turned into beams of light, chasing after the black true dragon. There are dragon scales over there. They're mine. As soon as the deity and Wang Jian left, the rest of the people rioted. In the battle just now, many dragon scales had fallen off the black true dragon. If these dragon scales were refined into defensive armor, they would definitely be rare treasures. The experts below all pounced on the 5 or 6 dragon scales one after another. A chaotic battle broke out at the scene. From time to time, experts would scream miserably as they were killed here. Senior brother, senior sister, let's go, Lu Ming said to Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. They had gained a lot on this trip. They had emptied the treasury of a Saint Stage True Dragon. It could be said that they were the biggest winners. This trip was worth it. There was no point in staying here any longer. All right. Tian Chui took out the sky-piercing flying shuttle, and the 3 of them entered it. The sky-piercing flying shuttle broke through the air and entered the baleful qi. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, the deity and Wang Jian returned with cold faces. It was especially so for the divine child, whose body emanated cold killing intent. Clearly their harvest was not good. It was very likely that they had lost the black dragon. Die. The deity's entire body seemed to have turned into a long spear, piercing through the void and charging toward the cultivators who were fighting over the dragon scales. Pucci, a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert, was pierced by the divine sun and died on the spot. Today, none of you will be able to leave, the deity said coldly. The deity's spear of punishment pierced through the void, and another expert was killed. Previously in the Dragon Palace, he had used the inscription scroll of the god's forbidden void to imprison the black dragon. That way, the black dragon would not be able to escape and would be destroyed by him. The deity's mark would be destroyed and the true dragon's corpse would be his. However, at the critical moment, he had been disturbed. Someone had destroyed the inscription scroll of the god's forbidden void, allowing the black dragon to escape. The inscription scroll of the god's forbidden void was an ancient inscription scroll that he had obtained by chance. It was extremely precious. However, if he could obtain the Saint Stage True Dragon's corpse, it would be a great gain. However, he had not obtained the Saint Stage True Dragon's corpse, and the god's forbidden void ancient talisman had been wasted. This made him extremely murderous. Needless to say, the person who had destroyed the inscription scroll was among those who had entered the Dragon Palace. Therefore, the deity had started a massacre. Pucci. Pucci. One by one, the experts were killed by the deity. The deity has gone mad. Run. The remaining experts fled in all directions. Don't even think about leaving, the deity said coldly. The white jade pagoda flew out and became the size of a mountain. The remaining people screamed miserably as their bodies exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The dozen experts who had entered the Dragon Palace were all killed by the deity in an instant, except for Wang Jian. Where are the 3 ants from the Dragon God Valley? The deity looked around and did not see Lu Ming and the other 2. However, he was not too concerned. He did not think that the 3 of them, who were at most level 5 Martial Royal Realm, would be able to destroy his god's forbidden void ancient talisman. Ho ho deity, you have suffered a double loss today. Wang Jian sneered not far away. Humph, you'd better shut up. Otherwise I'll kill you too, the deity said coldly. You can give it a try, Wang Jian said with fighting spirit. A fierce light flashed in the deity's eyes. However, he did not attack. Wang Jian's cultivation was at the same level as his, and he was also a peerless genius. It would not be easy for him to kill Wang Jian. The deity harumphed and took a step forward. He rushed into the dragon palace through the hole. He wanted to see if there were any treasures left in the dragon palace. As soon as he rushed in, his expression changed. He saw the dragon coffin being moved and the door under it. Empty treasury, damn it, it's the treasury of the true dragon. The deity growled. A sword glow flashed and Wang Jian appeared. He glanced around and said in a cold voice, "It seems like our hard work has been taken advantage of by someone else." Following this, the two of them rushed into the treasury. Their bodies emitted a cold murderous intent as they stared at the empty treasury. This time, they had worked so hard, but in the end, they had not obtained anything other than a dragon horn and a few dragon scales. Even the most important treasury of the true dragon had been taken away by someone else. In particular, the deity had lost an ancient talisman. Who is it? The deity roared furiously. His murderous intent was as sharp as a knife. Then he flew out of the treasury and stood on the door of the treasury, carefully examining it. Blood of the true dragon. No wonder it can open the door of the treasury. The deity sensed the blood left behind by Xuanningsin on the door. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Blood of the true dragon. It's the dragon from the divine dragon valley. It's those 3 ants. How dare they steal the empty treasury under my nose? They must have a death wish. After a while, the deity said in a cold voice. How dare they? Wang Jian said coldly. Then he turned into a sword glow and left the place. Following this, the deity stepped into the air with murderous intent. Chapter 15:15. Lu Ming and the other two took the flying shuttle and flew out of the area with the sinister aura very quickly. After flying out of the baleful aura area, the sky hammer changed its direction and flew towards the Tsang Mountains. As the shuttle flew, Lu Ming and the other two took out the treasures from the Dragon Palace treasury and began to divide them. First of all, there was a large pile of refining materials. There were all kinds of refining materials, both low-grade and high-grade. Xuanningsin specifically picked the shiny refining materials. Lu Ming and Tian Chui were casual. After Xuanningsin was done picking, the two of them divided the materials casually and kept them. It was the same for Xuanningsin. She specially picked out the shiny and beautiful spirit weapons. As for those night-luminescent pearls, jade and other gemstones that were useless to Lu Ming and Tian Chui, Xuanningsin's eyes lit up. Lu Ming and Tian Chui were speechless. Finally, there were the holy weapons. There were a total of 13 holy weapons floating in the shuttle, emitting mysterious waves. The 13 sacred weapons were all bright sacred weapons. After all, a great saint weapon was too rare. In the Tsang province, it was an extremely rare item. There are 13 holy weapons in total. We each get 4, and the last one goes to 8th senior sister. This time, if it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to open the door of the treasury. 7th senior brother, what do you think? Lu Ming said. Of course. Sky Hammer grinned. If I get one more, how can I accept it? Xuanningsin said. But her eyes were already fixed on a long sword. This long sword was inlaid with 7 different colored gems. It was very beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and said, Senior sister, you pick first. I want this sword. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Xuanningsin grabbed the sword in her hand and couldn't bear to let it go. You guys pick. This sword is enough for me. The rest is up to you, Xuanningsin said. Then this hammer is mine. Tian Chui had his eyes on a purple gold hammer. He grabbed it in his hand and was quite satisfied. The handle of this hammer is too short. Looks like I'll have to find an inscriber to refine it. Tian Chui waved the big hammer a few times and was very happy. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a spear in his hand. This long spear was completely black, and there was a black dragon coiling around it. It looked very mysterious and domineering. I've finally gotten a saint weapon spear. Lu Ming broke into a smile. If he used the saint weapon spear, the power of the 13 strikes would definitely be even stronger. Unfortunately, there was no glove-type saint weapon among the 13. Now that the 3 had obtained holy weapons, they were very happy. Then, they casually chose the remaining holy weapons. Lu Ming picked 3 more, and so did Tian Shui. Xue Ningxin kept the remaining 4. This trip could be said to be a bountiful harvest. Putting everything else aside, just a single saint artifact was worth 1,000,000 contribution points. How many treasures could he exchange for with that amount of contribution points? As for Nirvana pills, he could probably exchange for a bunch of them. This spear shall be called the Black Dragon Spear. It'll last me for a while. I wonder when the Infinite Dragon Spear will be upgraded to a saint weapon. Lu Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body came out of the mountain river diagram with the Infinite Dragon Spear floating in his hand. Pieces of precious refining materials were wrapped in golden spiritual fire and slowly merged into the Infinite Dragon Spear. Right now, Lu Ming had a lot of precious refining materials in his hands. As long as he continued to integrate precious metal materials into the Infinite Dragon Spear, it would level up. When he was not refining his second body, he would refine the Infinite Dragon Spear. I'll refine this Black Dragon Spear while I'm on the road. Lu Ming held the Infinite Dragon Spear and was about to input his ethereal force. Buzz. At this moment, the Black Dragon Spear vibrated slightly. Buzz. Buzz. Then, the Black Dragon Spear vibrated more and more violently. The body of the spear glowed, and the black dragon coiling around it seemed to come alive. What's going on? Xue Ningxin and Tian Shui both looked over curiously. I don't know. The spear suddenly vibrated on its own. Lu Ming said. Buzz. The Black Dragon Spear vibrated and floated in the air. The tip of the spear automatically pointed in a direction. The tip of the spear is pointing in a direction. What's going on? Is there something in that direction that's attracting the Black Dragon Spear? Lu Ming guessed. As the sky-piercing flying shuttle flew forward, the tip of the Black Dragon Spear also turned slightly, but it always pointed in one direction. There was definitely something in that direction that was attracting the Black Dragon Spear. Junior brother, let's go and take a look, Xue Ningxin said. Okay, but we can't take the sky-piercing flying shuttle. Lu Ming said. The Black Dragon Spear belonged to the Black Dragon of the Dragon Palace. The Black Dragon Spear's abnormality might have something to do with the Black Dragon. However, they had seen the Divine Sun and Wang Jian chasing after the Black Dragon. If the Divine Sun and Wang Jian were in front of them, they had to be careful. The 3 of them got off the sky-piercing flying shuttle. Tian Shui put away the sky-piercing flying shuttle. The 3 of them concealed their auras and flew forward according to the Black Dragon Spear's instructions. The more they flew, the more the Black Dragon Spear buzzed. Soon they flew into a mountain range. That's the body of the saint-level Black Dragon, Xue Ningxin exclaimed. Lu Ming and Tian Shui looked in the same direction at the same time. In a mountain valley, a huge black dragon was lying there quietly. It did not emit any aura and did not move at all. The body of the saint-level Black Dragon escaped. The Divine Sun and the others didn't catch it. Xue Ningxin's eyes lit up. The mark on its body has completely disappeared. Lu Ming sensed and said. After the battle with the Divine Sun and the others, the immortal mark on the Black Dragon's body had disappeared. It was now a real dragon corpse. The 3 of them flew down the valley. Lu Ming and Tian Shui looked at each other with burning flames in their eyes. 8th junior sister this? Tian Shui hesitated, not knowing what to say. The dragon's corpse was priceless. But Xue Ningxin was a real dragon, just like the Black Dragon. If they touched the dragon's corpse, what would Xue Ningxin think? Therefore Lu Ming and Tian Shui were hesitant. Are you worried about me? You don't have to. Cultivation, whether for humans or monsters, is about plundering. Plundering the chi of heaven and earth. Plundering the heaven and earth. Plundering other people, even if they're of the same race. Besides, this is a black dragon, which is not of the same race as me, Xue Ningxin said. Then, a sacred weapon appeared in Xue Ningxin's hand. She stabbed the dragon head and dug out a crystal from the dragon head. Dragon crystals were formed when true dragons entered the saint level, just like the saint heart of a human martial artist. This dragon crystal is mine. It'll be of great help to my cultivation, Xue Ningxin said. Okay, haha, junior brother. What do you need? Tian Shui asked Lu Ming. I just need some dragon bones, Lu Ming said. Dragon bones from a true dragon were second only to true dragon blood essence for Lu Ming to cultivate the dragon god battle body. Chapter 15-16. Alright then. Junior brother, the dragon bones are yours and the dragon meat is mine. I have the barbarian dragon battle body, and I can slowly raise the level of my spirit body by devouring its flesh and blood. Tianshui grinned. It can raise the level of my spirit body? Lu Ming's heart stirred and he was secretly shocked. This seventh senior brother was really something. Of course, he didn't think that Tianshui was talking about increasing the level of his spirit body. It was most likely an increase in the quality of his spirit body. His dragon god battle body was condensed from the 9 dragons bloodline. Refining dragon bones and dragon blood could raise the level of his dragon body. He didn't expect that Tianshui could do the same. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had a strange physique that could raise the level of his spirit body. He just didn't know if Tianshui's speed of improvement was as fast as his. Immediately, Lu Ming and Tianshui separated the black dragon's flesh and bones. Tianshui kept the true dragon's flesh while Lu Ming kept the dragon bones. As for the dragon skin and dragon scales, they were rare treasures that could be refined into leather armor and battle armor. The 3 of them divided it equally. 8th junior sister, 9th junior brother, let's find a place to cultivate. Tianshui was eager to try. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same intention. Xuanixin also had the same idea. The 3 of them rose into the air and left. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a huge mountain range 1,000,000 miles away. They each opened a cave abode in the mountain range and entered it to cultivate. After Lu Ming entered the cave abode, he entered the mountain river diagram and took out the dragon bones. The dragon bones were extremely heavy. However, because this true dragon had been dead for many years, it had lost a lot of its spiritual essence. In total, it was still many times more precious than the dragon bones that Lu Ming bought in the Dragon God Valley. Devour. A powerful devouring force erupted from Lu Ming's body. The devouring force shrouded the entire dragon bone. Lu Ming continuously devoured and absorbed the essence of the true dragon's spirituality from the dragon bone and integrated it into his body. It transformed his body, causing his dragon body to transform and become stronger. This cultivation lasted for half a month. In half a month, Lu Ming had completely refined the dragon bones, leaving only a few impurities, which were reduced to ashes and scattered across the mountain and river diagram. Roar. Lu Ming's body seemed to be nurturing 9 dragons. At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded. Following that, 9 illusory dragons rushed out from Lu Ming's body, emitting a powerful pressure. Lu Ming's muscles wriggled slightly before calming down. His body was pure and holy, filled with power. Superior Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. Although this dragon bone had been dead for many years, and had lost a great deal of its spiritual essence, it was still too complete. The added energy allowed Lu Ming's spirit body to complete its transformation and evolve into a superior earth spirit body. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that his entire body was brimming with power. His every move was earth-shattering. It's much more powerful than a mid-tier earth spirit body. Lu Ming waved his palm casually. There was a roar in the void, followed by a terrifying sonic boom. Although his cultivation was still at the 3rd layer martial dominator realm, his strength was significantly stronger than before. No wonder a superior earth spirit body was considered one of the best in the Tsang continent. Only a few people possessed a superior earth spirit body in the vast Tsang continent. Each of them was a terrifying genius. It was said that the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang continent all possessed superior earth spirit bodies. I wonder if 7th senior brother and 8th senior sister are done with their cultivation? With a thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and flew out of the cave. He sensed that Tianshui and Xuanixin were still cultivating. Lu Ming returned to the cave abode again. This time, Lu Ming did not enter the mountain river diagram. Instead, he cultivated in the cave abode that he opened up temporarily. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and prepared to refine them to improve his cultivation. His chaotic domain was about to reach the peak of LV4, so his cultivation would naturally improve. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye after refining a large pile of origin stones. For the past 5 days, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He devoured and refined primordial stones like crazy. Even he did not know how many primordial stones he had devoured and refined. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. This was the aura of a 4th-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through the 4th-layer martial dominator realm and entered the middle-tier martial dominator realm. After entering the 4th-layer martial dominator realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased again. At this moment, Lu Ming's combat strength was at least several times stronger than when he was in the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Lu Ming also felt 2 extremely powerful fluctuations nearby. After a while it became quiet. Senior brother Tian Chui and senior sister Shui have also broken through. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he dashed out of the cave abode. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming came out, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin also rushed out with shocking auras. Senior brother, senior sister, have you two broken through? Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, I've eaten a huge amount of true dragon meat. I did not expect my cultivation to break through to the 6th-layer martial dominator realm. Tian Chui burst out laughing. However, Lu Ming sensed for a while, and discovered that Tian Chui's spirit body had indeed improved. However, it was not very significant, and could not be compared to his improvement. This was not surprising, as his spiritual body was refined from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. His dragon god battle flesh was rarely comparable to it. It was already shocking that Tian Chui's spiritual body was able to improve slowly. I've refined the dragon crystal, and my cultivation has also improved to the 6th-layer martial dominator realm. Xuaningxin said. This time, the trio had benefited greatly, allowing their strength to skyrocket. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin already possessed outstanding strength. Now that they had broken through to the 6th-layer martial dominator realm, their strength was even more terrifying. We'll cultivate in seclusion here for 20 days. There's only a month left until the treasure pedestal. Let's hurry to the Tsang Mountain. Xuaningxin said. Let's go. Tian Chui took out the sky-piercing shuttle. The trio entered the shuttle and flew toward the Tsang Mountain at a rapid pace. 7 days later, they finally arrived at the Tsang Mountain. They had not been idle during this period, as they had refined the sacred weapons they had found. In front of him, a majestic mountain appeared before his eyes. The trio exited the shuttle and gazed into the distance. The Tsang Mountain was too magnificent. It stood between the heavens and earth, with its peak piercing through the clouds like a pillar of the world. Given Lu Ming and the rest's current cultivation, as long as there were no obstacles blocking their line of sight, they would be able to see the scenery tens of thousands of miles away clearly. However, at a glance, they could not see the edge of the Tsang Mountain at all. This showed how huge the Tsang Mountain was. The trio flew toward the Tsang Mountain. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard in front of them. Following this, they saw 2 figures colliding with one another as a saber glow was slashed forward. Following a cry of agony, a figure was slashed in half, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A young man carrying a saber on his back appeared, and absorbed the storage ring of the slain cultivator with his chi. He then glanced at Lu Ming and the others before leaving the place. The people of the intentionless saber sect. Chapter 15-17. Looks like Tsang Mountain isn't peaceful. Lu Ming said. Indeed. The treasure-ranking assembly of the Tsang province is held once every 3 years. Countless geniuses from the 13 top sects of the Tsang province will gather at Tsang Mountain. Some of the 13 top sects have grudges against each other, and fights often break out. Now that they are gathering at Tsang Mountain, it's normal for fights to break out because of a disagreement. Xuaningxin explained. Xuaningxin had been to Tsang Mountain 3 years ago, so she knew more about it. Tsang Mountain is the place where Emperor Tsang proved his Tao and became a great emperor. Therefore, many strong cultivators, including supreme saints and absolute saints, have come to pay homage to the place where Emperor Tsang proved his Tao. Therefore, there are many heavenly path marks left by strong cultivators in Tsang Mountain, which usually attracts many people. Let's go take a look. Xuaningxin said. There's such a place? Of course we'll go. Tian Chui looked expectant. Then Xuaningxin led the way, and the 3 of them flew to the east of Tsang Mountain. The closer they got to Tsang Mountain, the more extraordinary they felt it was. It was as if there was a powerful aura here, as if a sovereign was hibernating here. They couldn't help feeling reverence for it. Along the way, they could see that there were many buildings in Tsang Mountain. Although there weren't any top sects in Tsang Mountain, there were still some small forces here. Soon, the three of them landed on a small path. There's a valley ahead, and there's a palm print left by a great saint senior. It's very mysterious. I came here 3 years ago to study it, and I learned a lot, Xuanixin said and took the lead to walk forward. After walking for a while, they saw the entrance of a valley, but there were 2 young men guarding it. Stop. You're not allowed to pass. The 2 young men stretched out their hands to block their way, and one of them said coldly. What do you mean? Xuanixin's eyes turned cold. This place has been reserved by the Celestial God sect. You can go somewhere else. One of the young men sneered. Reserved by the Celestial God sect? Ridiculous. This place belongs to the world, and anyone can come here. How come I didn't know it became the territory of the Celestial God sect? Xuanixin sneered. I said it's reserved, so it's reserved. Get out of here. A young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect berated in an overbearing manner. The Heavenly God sect is really domineering. Tian Chui's eyes flickered with a ferocious glint. If it weren't for the fact that he could sense that there were many powerful auras in the canyon, he would have already made his move. Let's go somewhere else. Xuanixin's eyes flashed with killing intent, but in the end, she pulled Sky Hammer and Lu Ming and left. Stop! Don't let them go. At this moment, a cold roar could be heard coming from the canyon. Stop! The 2 young men guarding the door appeared in front of Lu Ming's group with a flicker, blocking their path. Whoosh! 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 In the canyon, a piercing sound could be heard as 5 young men rushed out and surrounded Lu Ming and his crew. Shirtian. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Among the 5 people that rushed out, one of them was Shirtian, the young leader of the Celestial Divine sect that had entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Haha Lu Ming, it's you indeed. Shirtian burst out laughing while staring at Lu Ming with an icy expression. A murderous intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming, you've killed so many disciples of the Heavenly Divinity sect in the Kangwu mystical ground. You won't be able to leave here alive today. A powerful aura was emitted from Shirtian's body, locking onto Lu Ming's figure. Previously at the Kangwu mystical ground, before the ground had collapsed, Lu Ming had killed many disciples of the Heavenly Divinity sect, causing Shirtian to hate Lu Ming to the core. Junior brother Shirtian, there's no need for you to kill him. I'll kill him for you. A young man beside Shirtian said. No need, I'll kill him myself. Shirtian waved his hand and stepped forward. Bang! His aura skyrocketed, which finally stopped after reaching the 4th layer martial dominator realm. Shirtian had found a succession in the Kangwu mystical ground. After he had returned, he had received the attention of the Heavenly Divinity sect. In addition to his outstanding talent, his cultivation had improved tremendously, ranking up to the 4th layer martial dominator realm. With the succession, his strength was even more terrifying. This time, he was confident that he would be able to kill Lu Ming to avenge his humiliation. Lu Ming die. A sacred glow burst out from Shirtian's body as a godly retribution spear was formed, piercing through the air like a white lightning with a sharp aura, stabbing in Lu Ming's direction. If it were an ordinary 4th layer martial dominator, or even an ordinary 5th layer martial dominator, they would be killed by the attack. However, Lu Ming was no ordinary cultivator. In an instant, the godly retribution spear was about to reach Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming reached out his hand and grabbed the godly retribution spear. The godly retribution spear stopped in front of Lu Ming, unable to move any further. Kill him! Shirtian yelled as his true force and domain surged into the godly retribution spear. However, it was as if the godly retribution spear was frozen in place, unable to move. Shirtian widened his eyes as blue veins popped out on his face. He unleashed his full strength, but Lu Ming's hand was like a boulder. No matter how hard he yelled, it was useless. How is this possible? Shirtian yelled in his heart. He could not believe it. Is this all you've got? Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles shuddered as a dragon's roar was heard, and he clenched his fist. Bang! The godly retribution spear that Shi Tian had formed shattered into pieces. Bang! Following this, Lu Ming clenched his fist and threw a punch at Shi Tian. Shi Tian instinctively raised his hands in front of him. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on Shi Tian's arms, causing them to explode. Shi Tian let out a cry of agony as his body was sent flying while he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although they were both fourth-layer martial royal realm cultivators, Shi Tian was unable to fight back against Lu Ming. He was easily defeated. Kill, let's attack together and kill them. Shi Tian yelled as his spiritual body glowed as he tried to repair his broken arms. Die. Kill. The other young men of the Heavenly God sect yelled furiously as their auras burst out. Sacred light filled the air as terrifying attacks were launched at Lu Ming. Among them, 2 of the 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivators were aiming at Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming yelled as he executed the holy sword technique. The 2 5th-layer martial royal realm cultivators' souls shuddered as their true force became chaotic. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and threw out 2 blows. The 2 5th-layer martial royal realm cultivators were instantly killed by Lu Ming. Let's kill you sons of bitches. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xuanningsin attacked too. The strongest among them was only a 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivator, thus they were no match against Tian Shui and Xuanningsin. 2 of them were killed by Tian Shui's hammer, while the other 2 were killed by Xuanningsin's fists. Chapter 15:18. Shi Tian's face instantly turned pale. How dare you? Shi Tian roared. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at Shi Tian. Shi Tian retreated frantically and yelled, Senior brother, help! How dare you kill a disciple of the celestial god sect? Die! Just then, a cold murderous intent rushed out from the canyon. A huge palm print formed by Saint Light blasted toward Lu Ming. This palm was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he were to be hit by this palm, he might be blasted to death. Leave it to me. I'll do it. Tian Shui and Xuanningsin rushed out at the same time. Tian Shui swung the giant hammer in his hand. His muscles bulged like a dragon as he smashed the hammer toward the palm print. Roar! Xuanningsin let out a dragon's roar, and a cold aura spread out from her body. Her delicate fists seemed to have turned into ice as she threw out 2 punches. Tian Shui and Xuanningsin's attacks collided with the palm print at the same time. Boom! Boom! After 2 loud explosions, Tian Shui and Xuanningsin were sent flying with a muffled groan. However, the palm print had also been greatly weakened. It continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a shield appeared. It flew forward and blocked the palm print. At the same time, a long spear formed in Lu Ming's hand. He swung the long spear, and it pierced toward Shi Tian like a bolt of lightning. This move was shockingly fast. It pierced through Shi Tian's defense and pierced through his dantian, nailing him to the ground. I hate! Shi Tian roared. He was filled with unwillingness, but in the next moment, he lost all signs of life. He was killed by Lu Ming. Boom! That palm print struck the shield and it was sent flying. It shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella before disappearing. However, this shield was a sacred weapon, and it successfully blocked the other party's attack. You're courting death. A terrifying aura burst out from the canyon. A roar was heard and a terrifying aura rushed out of the canyon. Not good, run. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. At the same time, Tian Shui and Xuanningsin also flew into the distance. Whoosh! A young man rushed out of the canyon, his body emitting a shocking killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming's group and roared. You want to escape after killing my heavenly god sect's disciples? Kill. The young man turned into a beam of holy light and chased after Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. So fast. Lu Ming was startled. The other party's speed was too fast. He was closing in on them at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! His opponent waved his hand and slashed out a beam of holy light. The holy light streaked across the void, heading straight for Lu Ming. At the last moment, Lu Ming killed Shi Tian, which made the other party target Lu Ming. Shi Tian was a rare genius in the Heavenly Divinity sect. In the Tsangdi secret realm, he had obtained the inheritance and was heavily nurtured. But now he was killed by Lu Ming. "Junior brother, be careful," Tian Shui yelled. The holy light was too fast, and it instantly closed in on Lu Ming. Whoosh! Black wings extended from Lu Ming's back and protected Lu Ming's body. Clang! The holy light hit the black wings, causing them to vibrate violently. Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. So powerful. Lu Ming felt his qi and blood surging, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Even with the protection of the black wings, he still vomited blood. This showed how powerful the other party's attack was. 9th layer martial royal realm. Moreover, the other party was a peerless genius with shocking combat strength. "Junior brother, how are you?" Xuaningxin asked with concern. "I'm fine. If this goes on, he will catch up to us sooner or later. Senior brother, senior sister, relax and don't resist," Lu Ming shouted. "Okay." Tian Shui and Xuaningxin nodded subconsciously. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He put Tian Shui and Xuaningxin into the mountain and river diagram. Then he used the wind origin technique and flapped his black wings. His body shot forward like a black lightning bolt, and his speed was no slower than the heavenly god Sek's peerless genius. The heavenly god Sek's peerless genius's face changed, and the killing intent on his face intensified. He stared at Lu Ming, and the holy light on his body burned like a white flame. He sped up and chased closely behind Lu Ming. "Who is that? What a shocking fluctuation. That's the peerless genius of the heavenly god sect, Shi Guan. Who is the one running in front? Why is Shi Guan chasing after him? That person is not ordinary either. That pair of wings is a sacred weapon." The two of them, one running and one chasing, attracted the attention of others. It's that guy Lu Ming." A few black-robed youths in front of Lu Ming heard the commotion and looked over. When one of them saw Lu Ming, his eyes flashed with killing intent. These people were the disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. The one who spoke was Emohi. "Shi Guan is chasing after him. Let's stop Lu Ming," Emohi said coldly. He unsheathed his demonic saber, and a saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was flying, narrowed his eyes, and used his black wings to block in front of him. Bang! The demonic saber slashed at the black wings. Lu Ming's body shook, and he was stopped. "Lu Ming, let's see how you will die today." Emohi's eyes were cold as he stood in front of Lu Ming. Demonic chi filled the sky. Back then, he had been ordered to kill Lu Ming. In the end, not only had he failed to kill Lu Ming, but the 5 LV7 martial royal realm experts who had followed him had all died. Even he had been tricked by Lu Ming. One of his arms had been cut off, and he had even lost his storage ring. During this period, he had been thinking about revenge all the time. He had not expected to meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming was being chased by the heavenly god sect's experts. Of course, he would not hesitate to attack. "Emohi, I will kill you sooner or later," Lu Ming said coldly. His body flickered, and he was about to rush to the other side. "Stay," Emohi shouted coldly, and his demonic saber slashed out 10 saber lights. Emohi's arm, which had been cut off by Lu Ming, had grown back. His cultivation had reached the peak of the LV6 martial royal realm. Emohi had a superior earthly spiritual body, and his combat strength was shocking. Lu Ming did not meet Emohi's attack head-on. His black wings slashed out like a heavenly saber, breaking through Emohi's saber lights. "Stay!" The 2 Sky Universe Demon Sect disciples who had followed Emohi unsheathed their demonic sabers and charged at Lu Ming. These 2 youths were at the peak of the LV5 martial royal realm, and their combat strength was not weak. At the same time, the stone crown behind them was closing in. "Kill!" Lu Ming hollered. 2 beams of black light flashed in his eyes and dashed toward the 2 disciples of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Their bodies shook. At this time Lu Ming waved his hand, and the black dragon spear appeared. It turned into 2 spear lights and stabbed at the 2 Sky Universe Demon Sect disciples. The spear lights contained the 13-strike technique. 10 streaks of energy burst out and pierced through the 2 Sky Universe Demon Sect disciples' attacks and defenses. Puff! Puff! The 2 Sky Universe Demon Sect disciples died. Die. Chapter 15:19. Shi Guan's Spear of Divine Punishment was extremely powerful. as if it could pierce through everything in the world. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. The sense of danger Shiguan gave him was too strong. Block it! Lu Ming's mind stirred and the sacred weapon shield flew out again, blocking in front of him. At the same time, he continued to fly forward. Stay here! Emohi roared, his anger soaring to the sky. He didn't expect that after intercepting Lu Ming, he would be able to kill 2 Sky Universe Demon Sect disciples. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was even stronger. The demonic saber exploded and slashed towards Lu Ming. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and the black wings covered his body. Boom! Shiguan's God's punishment spear hit the shield and sent it flying. Subsequently, it continued to hit the black wings. Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying. There was another stream of blood in his mouth. Shiguan's attack was too strong. If he didn't have 2 sacred artifacts protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to block it. So many sacred artifacts. Who is that person? He has so many sacred artifacts. In the distance, some onlookers stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Lu Ming had too many sacred artifacts. He took out 3 in a row. You think you can avoid death by relying on sacred artifacts? Today you will still die. Kill! Shiguan shouted. His body was bathed in sacred light, and he held the spear of divine punishment in his hand. He charged towards Lu Ming like a god. Shiguan was definitely a rare genius of the celestial god sect. Although the pressure he gave off was far from that of a god's son, it was still very terrifying. If this continued, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to block more than a few moves even if he had a sacred artifact protecting him. Chirp chirp. At some point, Bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. With a wave of its paw, it opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming rushed in without hesitation. The next moment he appeared thousands of miles away. Then, with a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming quickly flew away. Space-time domain, damn it! Shiguan roared angrily and chased after Lu Ming at high speed. However, in front of him, Lu Ming got the bubbles to open another space-time passageway. This time, Lu Ming entered and his figure disappeared. Damn it! Shiguan went crazy. His anger surged into the heavens, and his killing intent was as cold as winter snow. That brat escaped again. Emohi's eyes were cold. Shiguan, this person is from Dragon God Valley. Emohi's voice resounded. Dragon God Valley? Humph, I must kill everyone from Dragon God Valley in this meeting, Shiguan said coldly. He turned into a beam of light and left. Lu Ming. Emohi gritted his teeth, and his eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. Then he left as well. Lu Ming ran madly through Tsang Mountain. Previously, Lu Ming had Bubble open a space-time passage and appeared in Tsang Mountain. The terrain of Tsang Mountain was complicated, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Naturally, Shiguan lost track of Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran for a while in Tsang Mountain, and found a remote place to let Tian Shui and Xuaningxin out. Ninth junior brother, are you alright? Tian Shui and Xuaningxin looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. I've shaken him off. Lu Ming said. Damn it. A rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator chased after us. If I increase my cultivation by 2 more levels, I'll smash him to death with my hammer. Tian Shui said unhappily. Ninth junior brother, it's all thanks to you this time. Xuaningxin said. She and Tian Shui were not good at speed. If not for Lu Ming's Grotto Heaven treasure, they would not have been able to escape. I didn't expect ninth junior brother to have a Grotto Heaven treasure. Tian Shui grinned. Are Grotto Heaven treasures very rare? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course it's rare. A paradise treasure is a world of its own. It's like a small world. Only a great emperor can refine it. Furthermore, it requires rare materials. Tian Shui said. Only great emperors can refine them? Lu Ming was shocked. He had thought that Grotto Heaven treasures were not rare in the Yuan continent. It seemed that the treasures obtained in the Battle of Providence were extremely rare. Let's take a rest here. Lu Ming said. They had suffered some injuries. Although they were not serious, they still needed some time to recover. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin nodded. The 3 of them sat with their legs crossed. After an hour, Lu Ming had recovered from his injuries. Where are we going now? Tian Shui asked. Let's go to the outpost in Divine Dragon Valley. Every sect has an outpost in Song Mountain for their disciples to stay. There are Sage Realm elders there. The people of the Celestial sect will not dare to go to the outpost in Divine Dragon Valley, Xuaningxin said. Lu Ming and Tian Shui did not have any objections. Then, Xuaningxin led the way, and the three of them went to the outpost in Divine Dragon Valley. Soon, a large building appeared in front of them. It was built on the mountainside and looked very majestic. Lu Ming and the other two took out their Divine Dragon Valley disciple badges and entered without any hindrance. Lu Ming. A crisp and clear voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a smile appeared on his face. Yingying brother Qiu. Lu Ming called out. It was Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. The two of them walked towards Lu Ming with smiles on their faces. Yingying, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Yingying and said with a smile. Qiu Yingying's cultivation had reached LV3 Martial Royal Realm. This was out of Lu Ming's expectations. On the other hand, Qiu Hao's cultivation seemed to have just reached the second layer Martial Royal Realm. I've received in succession in the Kangwu Mystical Ground and joined the Ice Dragon Valley. An elder of the Ice Dragon Valley took me in as his disciple. That's why my cultivation has improved so quickly, Qiu Yingying explained. Congratulations. Lu Ming smiled. He was happy for Qiu Yingying. They were friends. He was happy that Qiu Yingying had such a great opportunity. Who are these two? Qiu Yingying glanced at Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. This is my senior brother and senior sister from the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming introduced them to Qiu Yingying. The two of them greeted each other. Yingying, when did you arrive? Lu Ming asked. We've been here for 10 days. Big brother and I were planning to ask you to come with us, but we heard that you had already set off when we arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley. Why did you only arrive now? Qiu Yingying asked curiously. We were delayed on the way. Lu Ming smiled without explaining further. I'll bring you to your house. You just need to register, Qiu Yingying said. She seemed to be very happy to see Lu Ming. Following this, Lu Ming and the others each claimed a house and returned to their own rooms. Qiu Yingying and the others also left. Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to meditate. There were only 20 days left until the treasure sorting convention. It was still early. In the following days, Lu Ming and the others were cultivating. Shiguan did not come to the Heavenly Divinity sect either. 3 days later, Xuaningxin and Tian Shui came to see Lu Ming. Shopping? Lu Ming was surprised. Chapter 1520. Lu Ming finally understood what was going on after Xuaningxin explained. The treasure sorting assembly was held once every 3 years. The 13 top sects of the Tsong continent would gather at Song Mountain. Not only that, but many other sects would also attend. It was the biggest event in the Tsong continent in 3 years. Such an event naturally attracted many big chambers of commerce to gather at Song Mountain. There were even chambers of commerce from outside the Tsong continent. They brought many rare treasures that could not be found in the Tsong continent. Among them, the most famous was the Treasure Pavilion. I heard that the Treasure Pavilion is a very large chamber of commerce outside the Tsong continent. They are extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even the 13 top sects of the Tsong continent combined might not be as powerful as them. Xuaningxin explained. So powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. Of course, because the Treasure Pavilion is an Emperor-level faction. Xuaningxin said. Emperor-level faction. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. As the name suggested, an Emperor-level faction was only called an Emperor-level faction if it had a great emperor. None of the 13 top factions in the Tsong continent had a great emperor. Their strength could not be compared to an Emperor-level faction. Every time the Supreme Treasure Pavilion comes, they bring a lot of treasures that are rare in the Tsong state. Today is the opening day of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. It will attract countless people. Let's go take a look and see if we can buy anything useful, Xuaningxin said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He was suddenly interested. Not long after, the three of them changed into black robes and wore black bamboo hats on their heads, enveloping their entire bodies. At the same time, the three of them concealed their auras. Even if there were acquaintances, they would not be able to recognize them. According to Xuanixin, the Supreme Treasure Pavilion would open today. Many people from different factions would go there. Many of them had grudges against each other, so it would be easy for them to kill each other. Therefore, many people would wear black robes and bamboo hats to avoid being recognized. In this way, even if they bought something precious, they would not be targeted. The three of them flew toward a mountain. Not long after, a vast palace appeared in front of Three-Eyed Man. On the top of the palace, there were three big words: Treasure Pavilion. The doors of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion were already open. Numerous figures flew into the pavilion. Most of them were dressed in black robes and bamboo hats like Lu Ming and the other two. Even if they weren't dressed in black robes, they had disguised themselves. The three of them walked through the door and immediately saw a huge counter. Behind the counter, there were all kinds of treasures. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious. Counters were arranged in an orderly manner, and there were people in front of the counters who were specially assigned to greet the guests. Countless people were strolling around the palace. At a glance, there were no less than 100,000 people, but it did not seem crowded. It was clear how big the palace was. Moreover, in this place, no one would dare to make a move to snatch the treasure, because this was the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. It was said that many years ago, when the Treasure Pavilion first came to Tsang State, a saint tried to steal their treasures. In the end, an absolute saint appeared and slapped the saint to death. After that, no one dared to set their sights on the treasures of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. So many precious materials. Lu Ming's gaze swept around, dazzling him. However, the materials, spiritual weapons, and pills here were of a lower grade and were not of much use to the three of them. Let's go upstairs. The treasures on the second floor are of a higher grade. Xuanixin said. There were a total of 3 floors here. The treasures on each floor would be of a higher grade and more precious. The three of them walked up the stairs to the second floor. The treasures on the second floor were indeed of a higher grade and more precious. This is the elixir of creation. It's even more precious than the 10,000 spirit elixir. Lu Ming saw a type of elixir of creation and bought 5 kilograms on the spot. Of course, the price was more than half of his mid-grade origin stones. Lu Ming put the elixir of creation into the mountain and river diagram. Ming Lian's second body poured the elixir of creation on the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Now the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was growing better and thicker, with more and more leaves. The three of them walked around. Tianshui and Xuanixin bought some things. Let's go to the 3rd floor, Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them walked up to the 3rd floor. There were also many people on the 3rd floor, no less than 10,000. Of course, many of the treasures on the 3rd floor were of the saint realm, such as sacred elixirs and sacred weapons. They were very precious and many people couldn't afford them. They were just there to broaden their horizons. So many sacred weapons. Lu Ming looked at a counter. On the counter were numerous holy artifacts. At a glance, there were no less than 100 of them. No less than 100 saint weapons. How astonishing was that? Every single saint weapon exuded a mysterious aura and radiated various kinds of light. As for the counter, there were only 2 young and beautiful women standing there. It seemed that they were only martial emperors. Many people stopped in front of the counter to look. They stared at the sacred weapons with blazing eyes. They couldn't wait to swallow those sacred weapons. If it were any other place, there would be only 2 martial emperors guarding hundreds of sacred weapons. They would have been snatched away long ago. But here, no one dared to make a move. If anyone dared to make a move, the next moment, they would be standing in front of a saint expert. Lu Ming and the other 2 came to the counter. Ladies, do you have any glove-type sacred weapons for sale? Lu Ming lowered his voice and asked. Of course, do you want to buy them? A young woman said with a smile. Not bad, can you show them to me? Lu Ming said. Okay. A woman nodded and took out a box. When she opened the box, a dark red ball the size of a longan fruit was revealed. This is. Lu Ming was a little confused. Didn't they want to give him a glove-type sacred weapon? Why did they take out a ball? Sir, this is a sacred weapon glove specially made by our treasure pavilion. It's very mysterious. Let me show it to you. A young woman said with a smile. Then she took the ball and placed it in her palm. A shocking scene appeared. The sphere actually softened like a pool of liquid, wrapping the young woman's hand inside, forming a glove. The young woman's palm seemed to be covered by a layer of black gauze. Then, the young woman injected her true yuan. Buzz. The glove emitted a powerful aura. It was the aura of a sacred weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He fell in love with this sacred weapon glove at first sight. Sir, this sacred weapon glove is called the Flowing Element Glove. It's made of flowing element gold and other precious materials. It contains the law and is a true sacred weapon. It's very hard. Sacred weapons of the same level can't break it. Moreover, it's very convenient to use. Chapter 1521. When you want to use the flowing element glove, it will appear with just a thought. When you want to put it away, it will appear with just a thought. The young woman introduced. What an amazing glove. Such a glove is a rare treasure in the world. Many people at the side stared at the glove in the young woman's hand with burning eyes. Such a glove was too precious and tempting for martial artists who were good at palm techniques, finger techniques, and fist techniques. Miss, I want this glove. How much is it? Me too. Miss, how many origin stones? Suddenly, a few people spoke and stepped forward. Lu Ming frowned. He was the one who asked first. I'm sorry. The materials for the flowing element glove are hard to find, and it's very difficult to refine. So there's only one. The young woman said. Only one? Then sell it to me. Get lost. It's mine. At least a dozen people spoke. The scene was noisy. This glove is priced at 500 million mid-grade origin stones. No bargaining. The young woman said. What? 500 million? The scene suddenly quieted down, and the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. 500 million mid-grade origin stones? Miss just one glove? The person who wanted to buy the glove earlier sounded a little hoarse. Gunj-type holy artifacts were slightly more expensive than ordinary holy artifacts. However, there were usually only a pair of them, which was why they were more expensive. A pair of good glove-type holy artifacts was worth 3 ordinary holy artifacts. A sacred weapon was worth about 100 million mid-grade origin stones. He originally estimated the price of this glove to be about 150 million, but now, it was priced at 500 million. The price was shockingly high. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. It's not worth it. Those people shook their heads and gave up on the purchase. 500 million was too expensive. 500 million. Lu Ming gasped in his heart. 500 million was equivalent to 5 sacred weapons. He had obtained 4 bright sacred weapons from the Dragon Palace's treasury. Lu Ming had kept the Black Dragon Spear for his own use, so there were only 3 bright sacred weapons left. Even if he sold all 3 bright sacred weapons, he would still be short of 200 million mid-grade origin stones. All the raw stones he had on him added up to less than 200 million. Unless he sold a lot of precious refining materials, it would be possible for him to gather enough. Miss, do you accept holy weapons here? Lu Ming asked. Yes. The young woman smiled. Lu Ming waved his hand and 3 Mingsheng weapons appeared in his hand. They were all obtained from the Dragon Palace treasury. 3 saint weapons. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at Lu Ming. All sorts of lights flickered in their eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. Dear customer, if you want to buy the flowing element gloves, you can use the Mingxing weapon as a substitute. These 3 Mingxing weapons and 200 million origin stones will do. The young woman said. However, Lu Ming still revealed a look of hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't have any. He still had a shield and a pair of black wings on him, but he wanted to keep both of them. Junior brother, I can lend you 2 holy weapons first. Tian Shui seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. With a wave of his hand, 2 more holy weapons appeared. Senior brother, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It's enough for me for now. Tian Shui smiled. Okay, I'll return it to senior brother as soon as possible. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony. He took Tian Shui's holy weapon and said, Miss, I'll use 5 holy weapons to buy the flowing element gloves. Okay. The young woman said. She took Lu Ming's holy weapon and put the flowing element gloves into a box before handing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and reached out to hold the flowing element gloves that had turned back into a ball. It was warm and cold to the touch. After he injected some true essence, the flowing element gloves flowed like liquid and wrapped around Lu Ming's right palm. It's as light as a feather. Lu Ming felt it carefully. The flowing element gloves were as light as a veil on his hand. It was almost weightless. Wang. As he injected more true essence, the flowing element gloves emitted a powerful aura. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He found that as he injected true essence, the flowing element gloves' weight increased rapidly. The stronger the true essence, the heavier the gloves. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised that the flowing element gloves had such a function. "Are you satisfied?" the young woman said. "Thank you." Lu Ming didn't say much. With a thought, he put away the flowing element gloves. If he wanted to use it freely, he would have to go back and refine it. At the side, pairs of fiery eyes stared at Lu Ming. Some of them were filled with greed. Lu Ming sneered. In the Supreme Treasure Pavilion, these people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Lu Ming swaggered around with Xuanningsin and Tian Chui. "That's a heart of ice." Soon, Xuanningsin found a heart of ice on a counter. It was a rare treasure. Xuanningsin's true form was a snow dragon, so it was very useful to her. In the end, Xuanningsin exchanged 2 sacred weapons for the heart of ice. So many sacred weapons. These 3 guys have so many sacred weapons. Some people had been paying attention to Lu Ming and the other 2. Seeing this scene, their eyes burned with passion. In total, Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuanningsin had taken out 7 sacred weapons. How shocking was that? Senior brother, senior sister, we're being watched. Let's split up and blend into the crowd to divert their attention. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tian Chui and Xuanningsin. There were close to 200,000 people on the 3 levels of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. At least half of them were wearing black robes and bamboo hats. As long as they blended into the crowd and kept moving, these people wouldn't be able to find them. "Okay, let's do that." Tian Chui and Xuanningsin nodded. Then, the 3 of them spread out and sped up into the crowd. "Oh no, they're trying to run away. Chase them." Some people followed Lu Ming and the other 2 closely. However, the 3 of them had restrained their auras. The other party could not lock onto their auras at all. The 3 of them moved quickly among the crowd. They walked to the first floor, made dozens of rounds, ran to the second floor, and then to the third floor. An hour later, those people had completely lost track of Lu Ming and the other 2. Damn it. What a pity. Some people sighed. Lu Ming and the other 2 definitely had a lot of wealth. If they could take it, they would be rich. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the other 2 were too cunning. Some people were very unhappy that they had escaped just like that. 2 hours later, Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuanningsin met at the gate through voice transmission. They had bought what they needed. It was time to leave. The 3 of them left the gate and flew toward the outpost in Dragon God Valley. However, after flying for a while, the 3 of them suddenly stopped. In front of them, 3 figures in black robes blocked their way. "You guys, hand over your storage rings and get lost." The person in the middle spoke. He sounded very young. "You guys are really something." Chapter 15:22. Are you curious about how we found you? The man in the middle asked. That's what I was about to ask. Lu Ming said. It's simple. When you bought the flowing element gloves, I put a kind of powder on you. It's colorless, odorless, and formless. No matter where you go or how you blend into the crowd, you won't be able to escape from me. The man in the middle explained and continued. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring, or die. Try me if you dare, Lu Ming said. 2 6th layer Martial Royal Realm, and 1 4th layer Martial Royal Realm. How arrogant. I can easily kill you. The black-robed man stepped forward. However, his cultivation was also at the 6th layer Martial Royal Realm. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, a dense black cloud immediately shrouded the 3 of them. Poisonous insects. It was a dense cloud of poisonous insects. So you're from the Desire Poison sect. Allow me. Xuanningsin stepped forward. Her body emitted a cold aura as she threw out a punch. The force of her palm turned into a terrifying wave of frost that spread toward the poisonous insects. Instantly, the poisonous insects were frozen. Xuanixin then shook her palm, and the poisonous insects turned into ice shards and dissipated. Not bad. Come again. A green mist burst out from the man's body. It emitted a disgusting stench as it surged toward Xuanixin. Xuanixin stepped forward and threw out 2 punches. Boom. Boom. Every single punch was accompanied by a terrifying frigid aura that froze the surrounding space. The poisonous mist was instantly sealed in ice. You want to freeze my poisonous fog? In your dreams. Corrode. The other party let out a low roar, and the mist actually turned into small worms that corroded the ice. Then the poisonous fog surged toward Xuanixin. What a terrifying poisonous fog. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was well aware of Xuanixin's strength and how terrifying her wave of frost was. It could even freeze True Origin. However, it was corroded by the poisonous fog. This showed how terrifying the poisonous fog was. The man was definitely a peerless genius of the Desire Poison sect. No wonder he was so arrogant. Roar. Xuanixin let out a dragon roar, and the cold qi on her body became more intense. She punched with both fists, and the fist energy turned into snow-white dragons that danced in the air. Bang! These true dragons were so powerful that they charged through the mist and headed straight for the Desire Poison sect's prodigies. Bang! The Desire Poison sect's prodigy's body exploded into a cloud of poisonous gas that shot toward Xuanixin. Ha ha ha, my physique is a superior earth spiritual body, 1000 Desire Poison body. You can't hurt me at all. The other party's cold voice came from the poisonous gas. Xuanixin kept punching with her fists, but the poisonous gas didn't seem to be able to hurt her opponent. The endless poisonous gas moved toward Xuanixin. Roar. Xuanixin let out another dragon roar. Her body started to change rapidly. Her black robe exploded and a huge snow dragon appeared in the sky. So it's a true dragon. You guys are from the Dragon God Valley. The voice of the Desire Poison sect's prodigy rang out from the poisonous gas. Roar. Xuanixin turned into her true dragon form and let out a long roar. She opened her mouth and spat out a terrifying wave of frost that covered a 10-mile radius. The 10-mile radius was completely frozen. This time, some of the poisonous gas was frozen. However, there was still a lot of poisonous gas that turned into weapons that shot toward Xuanixin. Xuanixin stepped out with her dragon claws and clashed with the weapons. The two exchanged blows, but it was difficult to determine the victor. That's a true dragon. How terrifying. And the Desire Poison sect's prodigy. The battle was so intense that many people in the distance were alerted and flew over. Even the people in the Supreme Treasure Pavilion were alerted and flew over to take a look. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with people. What terrifying battle prowess. She's only a 6th layer martial emperor. She must be a top prodigy with a superior earth spiritual body. Many people commented. In the blink of an eye, Xuanixin and her opponent had exchanged dozens of blows. The prodigy of the Desire Poison sect became more and more impatient as the battle continued. He had initially thought that he would be able to defeat Lu Ming and the others easily. He could even kill a 7th layer martial emperor with ease, let alone a 6th layer martial emperor. In fact, ordinary 8th layer martial emperors would be poisoned to death if they were not careful. However, someone with the same cultivation level was able to fight him to a draw. He knew that he had encountered a genius of the same cultivation as him. You guys attack and kill those two. The prodigy of the Desire Poison sect yelled. Whoosh. Whoosh. The other two prodigies of the Desire Poison sect charged toward Lu Ming and Tian Shui. Their auras were at the peak of the 7th layer martial emperor realm. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as the two of them attacked, densely packed poisonous insects pounced toward Lu Ming and Skyhammer. Die. Tian Shui let out a furious roar as he swung his giant hammer forward. Bang. The sky shook crazily. The huge hammer smashed down, bringing with it a terrifying shockwave. Those poisonous insects were all blown apart, turning into ashes. Not only that, but the shockwaves did not stop as they struck the two prodigies of the Desire Poison sect. The bodies of the two Desire Poison sect members exploded, turning into green poisonous gas that tumbled and flew backwards before condensing back together. The two prodigies stared at Tian Shui in shock. Although they had poisonous bodies and could turn into poisonous gas to counteract the attack, there was a limit to it. If the attack was too strong, it could still injure or even kill them. Tian Shui's attack had already injured them. Kill. I don't care if you have poisonous bodies, I'll crush them all. Tian Shui raised his giant hammer and charged toward the two prodigies of the Desire Poison sect. There was no need for Lu Ming to attack. Oh no! The two prodigies of the Desire Poison sect were shocked. They formed a shield with their poisonous insects and blocked in front of them. However, under Tian Shui's hammer, the insects collapsed. The two prodigies of the Desire Poison sect's prodigies were shattered again and reformed in the distance. Their faces were pale, and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Die. Tian Shui stepped forward. How dare you? Don't even think about killing the prodigies of the Desire Poison sect. Several figures flew over from afar. Before they even arrived, disgusting poisonous gas had already spread toward Tian Shui. Some of the prodigies of the Desire Poison sect saw it and joined the battle. You have more people? Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the prodigies of the Desire Poison sect. Devouring power erupted from his palm and enveloped the poisonous gas. Hoo-hoo, the poisonous gas was completely devoured by Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Then Lu Ming stepped into the void and 9 dragons rushed out. They charged toward the prodigies of the Desire Poison sect and sent them flying. Bang! On the other side, the prodigy who had been fighting with Xuaningxin turned into a cloud of poisonous gas and retreated. He then reformed into a human form. It was a youth with a pale and cold face. Set up the poisonous gas array. Chapter 1523. Yes. The other members of the Desire Poison sect replied. Poisonous insects flew out of their bodies and flew toward Lu Ming's group. At the same time, their figures flickered as they took mysterious positions. Following which, their bodies began to disperse into green poisonous gas. At this moment, the poisonous gas crazily expanded until it covered the sky and enveloped Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming and Tian Shui tore off their black robes and met up with Xuaningxin. The three of them stood together. This is the poison array. Be careful. Xuaningxin said. Her enormous body was covered in snow-white sparkling dragon scales. She was filled with a sense of beauty, like the most beautiful piece of art in the world. Let me. Lu Ming said coldly as his primal chaos domain spread out. Lightning. Following which, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the chaotic territory turned into a thunder territory. Thunderbolts appeared all over the sky, and there seemed to be countless lightning snakes swimming in the sky. Each of the lightning snakes was as thick as an arm, and they spread out in all directions. The poisonous insects were struck by these lightning snakes and fell down in droves. Fire. Lu Ming continued. The primal chaos domain changed again, turning into flames that filled the sky. The flames accompanied the lightning as they surged toward the poisonous insects and the poisonous gas. Chi, 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 chi. Puff, 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 swoosh. Following which, a pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. The black wings expanded to a length of 100 meters. The black wings were covered with the wind domain. Lu Ming's entire body began to spin rapidly. Hoo. The black wings brought with them endless gales that surged in all directions with astonishing power. Lightning, fire, and wind surged in the world, resisting the poisonous gas in all directions. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Senior brother, senior sister, get ready to attack. Lu Ming transmitted to Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. Thereupon, kill, 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 kill. Lu Ming roared. With a series of roars, a formless spiritual attack shot towards the poison gas. The people of the Desire Poison sect cultivated the poison body. Their bodies could disperse, but their souls were still attached to the poisonous gas. They would still be attacked by Lu Ming. Furthermore, because the spirit body was scattered, the defense against the soul was even weaker. Lu Ming used the divine sword art, and with a few loud roars, a few miserable shrieks came out from the poisonous gas. The balls of poisonous gas twisted violently, and then gathered together to form a human shape. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuaningxin roared as they charged at a Desire Poison sect's disciple. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he smashed it down. In an instant, a tenfold attack power erupted, causing the void to tremble violently. Bang! The Desire Poison Sect's disciple screamed as his body was torn apart. This time, he didn't turn into poisonous gas. Instead, he was truly torn apart. Lu Ming's attack had exceeded his limit, so he was killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin also used their strongest attacks, each killing a person. After killing 3 people, the poisonous gas array broke. The remaining poisonous gas began to churn, condensing into 3 people that quickly retreated. One of them was the supreme prodigy of the Desire Poison Sect. Today, the ones who will die will be you. Tian Shui roared as he raised his hammer and charged at the Desire Poison Sect's disciples. Lu Ming and Xuaningxin also stepped forward. What's going on? The spectators scratched their heads in confusion. Previously, the powerful figures of the Desire Poison Sect had set up a poison gas array, enveloping an area and trapping Lu Ming and the other 2. They had thought that Lu Ming and the other 2 were dead for sure. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, there were flashes of lightning, flames, and strong winds within the poison gas array. Then there were several loud shouts and the poison gas array collapsed. A few people from the Desire Poison Sect were killed one after another. The remaining few people were at a disadvantage and kept retreating. They didn't understand how the Desire Poison Sect had lost. The remaining members of the Desire Poison Sect had ugly expressions. Lu Ming's roars had injured their souls, so they weren't a match for Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming. At this moment, a loud roar resounded through the world. At least 8 or 9 rays of demonic light tore through the void and flew toward Lu Ming's group. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared behind Lu Ming's group, forming a pincer attack with the Desire Poison Sect. Emohi. Lu Ming's face turned cold. The 9 figures were all disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect, and one of them was Emohi. Emohi's body was filled with killing intent, and his eyes were sharp as they swept over Lu Ming. Brother Wu, why don't we join forces and kill these 3? Emohi looked at the Desire Poison Sect's genius and asked. Of course. The Desire Poison Sect's genius was overjoyed and quickly agreed. A trace of malevolence flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Lu Ming's group of 3 had offended many people. Emohi, you're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. Originally, he didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Sky Universe Demon Sect because of Xian Yanqing. However, the Sky Universe Demon Sect had gone too far. Back then, Emohi had brought people to kill him. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have died. Every time he met Emohi in Song Mountain, the other party wanted to kill him. Lu Ming decided that if he faced the Sky Universe Demon Sect again, he wouldn't be merciful. He would kill those who deserved to die. Do you think you can kill me? Emohi sneered. Demonic chi surged from his body as he unsheathed his demonic saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Brat, I'll deal with you. Tian Shui shouted as he raised his giant hammer and smashed it at Emohi. Clang! The demonic saber and the giant hammer collided, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. Emohi and Tian Shui's bodies shook as they both retreated. Again, Tian Shui's eyes were filled with malevolence. He was like a barbaric dragon, and his muscles bulged as a dragon's roar sounded. He raised his giant hammer and smashed it at Emohi. Kill! Emohi shouted as his demonic saber burst forth. It was even more terrifying as it charged at Tian Shui. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged more than 10 moves, but there was no clear winner. Attack! At this moment, Lu Ming and Xuaningxin also attacked. Lu Ming's black wings flapped as he charged at the people from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. He thrust out his black dragon spear, which turned into a dazzling light. Puff! A young man from the Sky Universe Demon Sect, who was at the peak of the 5th layer Martial Royal Realm, was killed by Lu Ming. Then, the long spear swept out and a rank 6 Martial Royal Realm cultivator's body exploded. Roar! Xuaningxin cooperated with Lu Ming and pounced on the people from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. One of them was killed by a claw. Kill! There was also an expert from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. A young man at the peak of the 7th layer Martial Royal Realm erupted with shocking battle strength as he fought with Xuaningxin. However, Lu Ming was invincible. After several people were killed by Lu Ming, The remaining people from the Sky Universe demon sect turned pale and retreated. They did not dare to fight against Lu Ming. What powerful battle strength. That guy from the Dragon God Valley is so strong that he can fight Mo He to a standstill. How terrifying. Mo He is a top genius of the Sky Universe demon sect. He is considered a top genius in the entire Tsang continent. Who is that guy? How can he fight Mo He to such an extent? It seems to be that crazy guy from the Dragon God Valley, Tian Shui. Chapter 1524. Tian Shui loved to battle and was fond of killing. Thus he was quite famous among the crowd. And that snow dragon, its strength is quite shocking too. It seems to be stronger than an ordinary dragon. Indeed, it should be a genius among the true dragons. And that fourth layer martial dominator, his strength is quite shocking too. That's where you're wrong. That fourth layer martial dominator cultivator is relying on a sacred weapon. Did you see the wings on his back and the spear in his hand are both sacred weapons? That's why his strength is so strong. Without a sacred weapon, his strength would only be ordinary. That's true. The disciples of the various sects began to discuss among themselves. In the sky, Lu Ming executed his movement technique and lunged toward a sixth-layer martial dominator. The person's expression changed greatly as he did not dare to face Lu Ming's attack head-on. Croak. At that instant, a croak could be heard as a giant golden toad lunged toward Lu Ming. It opened its mouth and emitted a poisonous gas toward Lu Ming. The poisonous gas of a sacred weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He could tell at a glance that the golden toad was a sacred weapon. The poisonous gas of a sacred weapon was absolutely terrifying. Whoosh. Lu Ming quickly backed away, not wanting to come into contact with the poisonous gas. The young genius of the Desire Poison sect controlled the golden toad and chased after Lu Ming. Croak. Croak. The golden toad cried out as if it were alive. It kicked the air and turned into a golden ray that charged toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Following this, a golden ray was fired from the toad's mouth and penetrated Lu Ming's body. Tongue. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The golden ray was the tongue of the toad. Whoosh. The black dragon spear stabbed forward like a black lightning bolt. Ding. Two rays of light, one black and one golden, collided in the air. Lu Ming's figure shuddered as he was knocked 2 steps backward. Meanwhile, the tongue of the toad was knocked flying. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His opponent's saint weapon was truly powerful. Not only did it have a poison attack, it also had a tongue attack. Without a doubt, if he was struck by that tongue, he would definitely be killed. Croak. The golden toad cried out and spat out poisonous gas from its mouth. Get the hell back. Lu Ming coldly spoke. His black wings flapped, causing a gale to sweep forward. The poisonous gas was blown off course by the gale. A Sky Universe Devil Sect disciple was careless and was enveloped by the poisonous gas. He immediately let out a mournful scream. In just a few breaths of time, he turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground. What a terrifying poison. That disciple of the demon sect was a low-earth spiritual body cultivator, but he had died in a few breaths. The Desire Poison sect's youth's face was dark as he controlled the golden toad to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh. Just at this moment, a terrifying sharpness stabbed towards Lu Ming from behind. It was a spear, the spear of divine retribution. This spear of divine punishment was too fast, and its power was too shocking. Not good. The moment Lu Ming felt it, his body stiffened as if a terrifying aura had locked onto him. In the next instant, the spear of divine punishment was about to pierce through Lu Ming's body. It was too fast, so fast that Lu Ming did not even have time to react. Puff. The spear of divine punishment pierced through Lu Ming's body. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's body shattered like a mirror with a loud bang. A dozen meters away, Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. That attack had been too dangerous. Lu Ming had almost been killed. Luckily, Bubble had acted at the critical moment and used the space-time domain to move Lu Ming a dozen meters away, allowing him to avoid a calamity. A figure appeared where Lu Ming had been and a cold voice resounded. Space-time domain. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person who had appeared was the genius of the Heavenly God sect who had chased after Lu Ming previously, Shirguan. This person was a 9th-layer martial dominator realm genius, who had tried to ambush Qin Nan. Spacetime domain? Die. Shirguan said coldly as he lashed out with the Spear of Divine Punishment in his hand, causing the air to explode. The Spear of Divine Punishment was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's forehead emitted a glow, forming a shield in front of him. At the same time, his black wings protected his body. Bang! The shield was instantly sent flying as the Spear of Divine Punishment struck Lu Ming's black wings. Lu Ming's body shuddered violently as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Puff! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His opponent was too powerful. Even with the protection of a sacred weapon, he was still severely injured. Die. Shirguan said coldly as his body was bathed in a sacred glow. He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming with the Spear of Divine Punishment. The Spear of Divine Punishment was aimed at Lu Ming's forehead, as if it could penetrate anything in the world. However, at this crucial moment, a cold aura was emitted from below as an icy sword stabbed at Shirguan at a terrifying speed. Shirguan's expression changed. The icy sword posed a fatal threat to him. He no longer cared about killing Lu Ming as he swung the Spear of Divine Punishment at the icy sword. Bang! A shocking explosion could be heard as a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. With the help of the shockwave, Lu Ming was sent flying over 10 li away with a cold look in his eyes. Previously, he had decided to cooperate with Bubble and fight to the death. Even if he were to die in the battle, he would not let his opponent have an easy time. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Han Chao, it's you. Shirguan's figure also retreated as he shouted coldly. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of Shirguan. The young man was slender and handsome. He wore a snow-white robe with an ice dragon embroidered on it. He was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley and the Ice Dragon Valley. So many people from the 3 sects are attacking 3 disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Now even a martial royal realm 9th-layer cultivator like you is attacking. Haha, how shameless. The young man from the Ice Dragon Valley, Han Chao, sneered. This Lu Ming has killed many people from the Heavenly God sect. He must die. There's no need to use any means. Shirguan said coldly. Haha. Killed many people from the Heavenly God sect? What a joke. Have you not killed many disciples of the Dragon God Valley in the past few years? Does that mean that I have to kill all of the people from the Heavenly God sect whenever I see them? Do I have to use any means? Han Chao said with a mocking smile. Shirguan's face darkened. Indeed, the Dragon God Valley and the Heavenly God sect were not on good terms. It was normal for them to kill each other. However, there were still rules. For example, the Sage Realm experts from both sides would not attack the juniors of the other side. That would cause chaos. Han Chao, you don't have to say anything. Today these people must die. Shirguan said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures flew over from all directions. There were at least a few dozen people standing behind Shirguan. They were all disciples of the Heavenly God sect. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1525. Boom. Tian Chui and Emohi exchanged a blow and separated. Tian Chui went to Lu Ming's side. Xue Ningxin also stopped and went to Lu Ming's side. She looked around solemnly. There were at least 100 people from the Heavenly God sect, Empyrean Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect. Their auras surged and suppressed Lu Ming's group. Cold murderous intent filled the air. Now I don't need to do anything. They're all dead meat. Shirguan sneered. Do you really think there's no one in the Dragon God Valley? Where are the disciples of the Dragon God Valley? Han Chao shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Senior brother, let me help you. I'll do it. Voices rang out. Then, figures flashed across the sky and landed behind Han Chao. They were the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. More and more disciples of the Dragon God Valley rushed out from the crowd. Everyone, this was caused by Lu Ming and the other 2 from the Cloud Dragon Valley. Why should we get involved in this mess? He stood in front of a few disciples of the Dragon God Valley and said. He wanted Lu Ming to be surrounded by the 3 sections. He couldn't wait for Lu Ming to be killed. Naturally, he didn't want anyone to help him. Although the 7 valleys of the Dragon God Valley have some competition with each other, we have to be on the same side. If you're not going to do anything, get out of my way. A disciple of the Black Dragon Valley shouted and flew toward the battlefield. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley also flew toward the battlefield. Yu's face turned ugly. He snorted and blended into the crowd. How could he do anything? There were more than 40 disciples of the Dragon God Valley behind Han Chao. The auras of both sides exploded. The atmosphere was tense and tense. Han Chao, you think the Dragon God Valley can go against the three sects? How naive. Fine, I'll kill all of you today. Shi Guan's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The three sects had the absolute advantage. They could use this opportunity to kill a group of Dragon God Valley's elites and weaken the Dragon God Valley's strength. Who are you going to kill? A faint voice came from the sky. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura pressed down from the sky toward Shi Guan. Shi Guan's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily, and holy light erupted from his body to resist this aura. However, the holy light on his body trembled violently, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He looked at the sky with an ugly expression. Zifeng. Shi Guan roared angrily, a serious look in his eyes. At that moment, everyone's gazes were also focused on the sky. High up in the sky, a purple-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept across the Heavenly God Sect, Sky Universe Demon Sect, and Desire Poison Sect indifferently. Zifeng, the #1 genius of the Dragon God Valley, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang state. A message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Senior Brother Zifeng. It's Senior Brother Zifeng. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley were overjoyed. Zifeng had arrived. They knew that even if there was a battle today, they would not lose. Zifeng, you want to interfere? Shi Guan said as he looked at Zifeng with an ugly expression. Although his combat strength was strong, it was nothing compared to Zifeng, who was a genius of the Tsang state. He could probably kill him in one move. The three of you have joined forces to bully my Dragon God Valley. What's wrong with me interfering? Zifeng said indifferently and took a step forward. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar came from his body. The shadow of a purple true dragon soared into the sky and looked down in all directions. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the disciples of the Heavenly God Sect, Sky Universe Demon Sect, and Desire Poison Sect. The expressions of the disciples of the three forces changed drastically. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on them, and they couldn't even breathe properly. This pressure? It's so strong. Is this the combat strength of a genius? We can't fight back at all. It's as if we're facing a Sage Realm expert. The disciples of the three sects revealed looks of fear on their faces. Their combat strength was far inferior to Zifeng's. If they attacked, they would be slaughtered. Zifeng, as one of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang state, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others for attacking these ordinary disciples? At that moment, a domineering voice sounded. A burly figure stepped into the air and stood not far away from Zifeng. Demonic chi surged from his body, and a powerful aura rushed out and destroyed Zifeng's aura. The disciples of the three forces felt their bodies lighten. Senior Brother Mo Yang. The disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect cried out in surprise. Mo Yang, one of the top 10 geniuses, is here too. Some of the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air, but at the same time, they were also excited. 2 of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang state had arrived. Could it be that the top 10 geniuses were going to fight in advance today? The top 10 geniuses of the Tsang state had fought at the Tsang State Treasure Assembly 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, they had all been cultivating in seclusion in order to suppress the other geniuses at the Treasure Assembly. They hadn't fought for 3 years. Everyone was very curious. After 3 years, to what extent had the combat strength of the top 10 monstrous geniuses reached? Others are laughing at us? Don't you think that the Celestial God Sect, the Sky Universe Demon Sect, and the Poison Sect are the laughing stock? Generally speaking, before the Treasure Assembly, those who are above the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm would be preparing for the Treasure Assembly and wouldn't fight easily. The period before the Assembly is the stage for geniuses below the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm. They will fight again and again. Those who are above the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm are not allowed to interfere. But what about you? After saying that, Zifeng's gaze swept across the disciples of the three major sections. Among these people, at least one-third of them were above the 7th level of the martial royal realm. That's right. The Celestial God sect, the Sky Universe Demon sect, and the Poison sect were the first to besiege us. With their geniuses above the 7th level of the martial royal realm, they besieged 2 6th level of the martial royal realm, and 1 4th level of the martial royal realm. However, they still couldn't defeat our disciples. In the end, even Shiguan had to sneak up on them. What a joke. Han Chao said coldly and mockingly. Shiguan's face turned ghastly pale. Zifeng and Han Chao were right. Before the treasure assembly, it was a fight between disciples below the 7th level of the martial royal realm. Those who were above the 7th level of the martial royal realm would not interfere. Previously, if he had quickly killed Lu Ming and the other two and left, it would have been fine. However, now that he had done so, he would definitely be criticized and dissatisfied by the other sections. There were 13 top sects in the Tsang prefecture, not just a few of them. This was the common unspoken rule of the 13 sections. Well, in that case, let's meet at the treasure assembly in 10 days. Let's see how strong the backup force of the Dragon God Valley is. Mo Yang said domineeringly. That's right. At the treasure assembly in 10 days, unless the Dragon God Valley withdraws, let's see how you will die. Unless the Dragon God Valley doesn't participate. Hee, that's not bad. The treasure assembly of the Dragon God Valley can end early. Shiguan said coldly. He knew that with the arrival of the two monstrous geniuses, Zifeng and Mo Yang, there would be no fight today. Chapter 1526. Then, I'll see you at the treasure ordering meeting in 10 days. Zifeng said. Let's go. Mo Yang was the first to turn around and leave. He glared fiercely at Lu Ming, and left with the people from the Tianyu Demon sect. Then the people from the Heavenly God sect and the Poison sect also left. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the three sects had left. The storm had come to an end. Lu Ming, thank you Senior Brother Zifeng and Senior Brother Han Chao for your help. Xuaningxin, thank you. Lu Ming, Tianshui, and Xuaningxin cupped their fists at Zifeng and Han Chao to express their gratitude. You're welcome. The three of you are good. The three of you should participate in the treasure ordering meeting. Zifeng nodded. Treasure ordering meeting? Lu Ming was still in a daze. Isn't this the treasure ordering meeting? Why is there a treasure ordering meeting? Senior brother, don't worry. I was just about to participate. I'll kill the Heavenly God sect and the other two sects to my heart's content. Tianshui grinned, his eyes full of malevolence. Xuaningxin nodded in agreement. Let's return to the station first. Zifeng nodded and stepped out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley flew back to the station together. Senior brother, senior sister, what's the treasure ordering meeting? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. The treasure ordering meeting is a competition between the 13 top sects before the treasure ordering meeting begins. The rule is that the participants must be below the 7th level of the martial royal realm, and below the age of 50. Tianshui explained. In Yuan continent, the young people's temperament was somewhat different from that in the Divine Wilderness continent. In the Divine Wilderness continent, those below the age of 30 were the younger generation, the golden age of cultivation. However, in Yuan continent, those below the age of 50 were the younger generation. This was because the cultivation environment in Yuan continent was too good. Many people had broken through to the martial royal realm at a young age, and had a lifespan of 10,000 to 20,000 years. Their vitality was extremely strong. Compared to 10,000 to 20,000 years ago, 50 years old was still the golden age of youth with unlimited potential. As a matter of fact, cultivators below the 7th layer martial dominator realm are considered the reserve strength of their respective sections. They will participate in the treasure pedestal in 3 or 6 years' time. Consider it as a chance to observe the upcoming treasure pedestal, as well as the strength of their respective sects. Xuanninglong explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood. This could be considered a small-scale treasure sorting convention. So it was called the Treasure Sorting Convention. The 13 sects also attach great importance to the treasure pedestal meeting, because the last 3 sects are not qualified to participate in this year's treasure pedestal meeting, which is equivalent to being eliminated in advance. Therefore, every treasure pedestal meeting is extremely fierce. Xuanixin continued. How could this be? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The treasure sorting convention was directly linked to the treasure pedestal meeting. The last 3 sects were not qualified to participate in the treasure pedestal meeting, which meant that only 10 sects would participate in each treasure pedestal meeting. Each sect will send 36 geniuses from the 4th layer to the 6th layer martial royal realm to participate in the treasure pedestal meeting. There are still 10 days left. Let's go back and cultivate, then we'll kill them to our heart's content. Tian Shui said. This time, he felt extremely wronged. It was not that he was not strong enough, but the opponents were all experts with higher cultivation levels. However, there would not be any experts above the 6th layer martial royal realm at the treasure pedestal meeting. You should prepare yourselves. This treasure pedestal meeting might be extremely dangerous. The Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Demonic sect, and the Desire Poison sect might join forces to deal with the Divine Dragon Valley. You should be fully prepared. Han Chao said. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll kill whoever I see. Tian Shui said with a ferocious grin. Although your strength is strong, don't underestimate your opponents. From what I know, each sect has geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies, and most of them have reached the peak 6th layer martial royal realm. The Heavenly God sect, in particular, has produced many geniuses over the years. They are known as the top sect in the Tsang continent. Don't underestimate them. Han Chao said. Although Han Chao had cultivated the ice dragon battle flesh, he was very easygoing. He chatted with the group along the way, and they soon arrived at the outpost of the Divine Dragon Valley. As soon as they arrived at the outpost, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuanixin, and the others returned to their rooms to cultivate in seclusion. There were still 10 days left until the treasure pedestal meeting. Tian Shui had not used up all the true dragon meat he had obtained. He could use this time to improve his strength. Xuanixin's dragon crystal had not been fully digested, so her strength could also improve. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river pattern, and sat under the tree of enlightenment. Previously, Shiguan's sneak attack had put him in a life-or-death situation. At the critical moment, his potential was unleashed, and his chaotic domain had reached the peak of the 4th level. He was only a step away from the 5th level. Now he needed to continue improving his cultivation. His cultivation was at the early 4th level of the martial royal realm. Now he needed to reach the peak of the 4th level of the martial royal realm. With a wave of his hand, a pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming began to devour and refine the origin stones. His cultivation base began to rise rapidly. 5 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial royal realm. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming cultivated the 13 strikes under the Tree of Enlightenment. Perhaps because of the pressure before the treasure pedestal meeting, he had cultivated the 13 strikes to the peak of the 6th level, and its power had increased greatly. At this time, the time for the treasure pedestal meeting had arrived. In the outpost of the Divine Dragon Valley, there were 36 young men standing in a huge courtyard. All of them were between the 4th and 6th level of the martial royal realm. They were all geniuses. Most of their spiritual bodies were inferior earth spiritual bodies. Those with ordinary spiritual bodies were not qualified to participate. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin were also among them. In addition, Lu Ming also saw a few familiar faces. Blood Dragon Valley Hiyu. Silver Dragon Valley, Silver Dragon Valley. After a period of cultivation, Silver Dragon Valley's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Hiyu and Silver Dragon Valley stood together and whispered to each other. They glanced coldly at Lu Ming from time to time. At this time, a sage realm elder appeared in front of them. This treasure pedestal meeting is very important. I hope you will do your best to protect the honor of the Divine Dragon Valley. The sage realm elder said. We will do our best. The 36 young men and women said loudly. Good. At the treasure pedestal meeting, you can't use sacred weapons. The highest you can use is a spiritual weapon of the royal realm. You should know that. The sage realm elder said. Yes. Everyone replied. Good. This time, the 36 of you will be led by Han Sun. At the treasure pedestal meeting, you must listen to his orders. Do you understand? The Sage Realm Elder said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming looked at a young man in a white robe. Chapter 1527. After the Sage Realm Elder finished his instructions, he led the group to the location of the treasure peddling meeting. Of course, they weren't the only ones going. Many other disciples were going to watch as well. The location of the treasure peddling meeting was in a huge building halfway up Song Mountain. The building was circular and the top was empty. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they saw a huge battle stage in the middle of the building. Around the battle stage were 13 huge cylindrical platforms. They were slightly higher than the battle stage and surrounded the battle stage in the middle. Looking down from the sky, each cylindrical platform had a number on it. They were arranged from 1 to 13 in a counterclockwise direction. Outside the cylindrical platforms were rows of spectator stands. They were slightly higher than the cylindrical platforms, so the people sitting on the spectator stands could clearly see the situation on the battle stage. Outside the spectator stands, there were many pavilions. They were even higher up. We participants will land on those platforms. Let's go down. Han Sun said and landed first. They didn't deliberately choose a platform and landed on platform number 10. The Sage Realm Elder flew into one of the pavilions. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley, who followed Lu Ming, and the others landed on the spectator stands behind platform number 10. Dragon God Valley, you guys are pretty early. A cold voice sounded. In the sky, sacred light spread. The people of Heavenly God Sect had arrived. The people of Heavenly God Sect didn't stand on ceremony and landed on platform number 1. The disciples of Heavenly God Sect who didn't participate in the competition landed on the spectator stands behind platform number 1. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the sky, a dense crowd was flying toward the platform. The 13 top sects arrived one after another. Each sect had 36 participants who landed on the platform. The other disciples landed on the spectator stands. Among them, Sky Universe Demon Sect landed on platform number 2. Heavenly King Palace, platform number 3. Demonic Moon Sect, platform number 4. Desire Poison Sect, platform number 5. Nine Heaven Sword Sect, platform number 6. Linglong Palace, platform number 7. Platform number 8 was empty. The sects hadn't arrived yet. Intentionless Saber Sect, platform number 9. Platform number 10 was for Dragon God Valley. Platform number 11 was for Piyuan Family. Platform number 12 was for Blood Demon Tower. Platform number 13 was for Demon Castle. Among the 13 top sects, the mysterious Life and Death Sword Sect had yet to arrive. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, streaks of sword light streaked across the sky. The people of the Life and Death Sword faction had arrived. So few people. Lu Ming looked over and could not help being stunned. The Life and Death Sword faction had sent 13 people. Apart from the old man leading the group, there were only 12 people from the younger generation. Whoosh, whoosh. 12 disciples of Life and Death Sword Sect's disciples from the Life and Death Sect. Lu Ming, the Life and Death Sword Sect is very strict in accepting disciples. Hence, they have the least number of disciples. Every time they participate in the treasure ordering assembly, there are 12 of them. Sometimes they can't even gather all 12 of them. Although they are at a disadvantage because they have fewer disciples, no one dares to belittle them. This is because everyone in the Life and Death Sword Sect is a genius. Lu Ming nodded. He saw a familiar face in the Life and Death Sword Sect, Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang had left a deep impression on him. He was a Peak 9 Heavens Supreme who had nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. Dragon God Valley. They really dare to come. In the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Emohi's cold gaze landed on the Divine Dragon Valley and Lu Ming. Isn't it better that they're here? This time, let's kill everyone from Dragon God Valley. A genius of the Heavenly Divinity Sect said coldly. His body glowed with a sacred light, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. That's right. Kill them all. The young man who had stopped Lu Ming and the others from the Desire Poison Sect said coldly. He glared at Lu Ming and the others. Strength doesn't depend on words. We'll know who lives and who dies later, Lu Ming said as he clenched his fists. This time, I'll kill to my heart's content. Lu Ming, I'll take your life. He pointed at Lu Ming and a saber glow appeared. I'll take your life too, Lu Ming replied coldly. The Dragon God Valley, the Sky Demon Sect, the Desire Poison Sect, and the Heavenly Divinity Sect were filled with hostility even before the battle began. They were not the only ones. The other sects had conflicts with each other too. They glared at each other with murderous intent, filling the place with a murderous aura. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Divine Sun stood with his hands behind his back. Shi Guan stood behind the Divine Sun respectfully and reported to him. I didn't expect so many things to happen just because I came a few days late. The people of the Dragon God Valley are getting bolder, and you all are trash. You can't even kill a few people who have not even reached the 7th layer Martial Dominator realm. The Divine Sun said coldly. If it weren't for that kid's strange pet that can affect time, I would have killed him long ago, Shi Guan said. The space-time spirit mouse was a legendary creature. Not everyone knew about it. Shi Guan didn't recognize it as a space-time spirit mouse. A pet that can affect time. The Divine Sun's eyes turned cold and murderous intent burst out of his body. Tell me, what does that kid look like? And what do his two companions look like? Is there a true dragon among them? The Divine Sun asked a few questions. There is indeed a true dragon. It's a snow dragon and... Then Shi Guan described the appearance of Lu Ming and the others. It's indeed them. They dared to set me up in the Dragon Palace. The Divine Sun's eyes turned cold. Back then in the Dragon Palace, he had used an ancient talisman of the God-forbidden void to suppress the Black Dragon's corpse. However, someone had secretly sabotaged him and destroyed the ancient talisman, allowing the Black Dragon to escape. All his efforts were in vain. He had been trying to find out who the culprit was. Now he knew it was Lu Ming. Who else could it be other than Lu Ming who could affect time and space? Ignorant fool, where is he now? I'll go and kill him. The Divine Sun exuded a cold murderous intent. Divine Sun, Lu Ming should be participating in the treasure sorting meeting. The 13 top sects will be gathering. If you kill him now, I'm afraid the other sects will be angry. Shi Guan said hurriedly. Then let's wait until the treasure sorting meeting is over before killing him. After saying that, the Divine Sun took a step forward and disappeared. The smell of gunpowder in the treasure sorting meeting was getting stronger. At this moment, an old man stepped into the air and appeared on the fighting ring. The old man was dressed in white, and was a sage realm elder of the Celestial Sect. Over the years, the Celestial Sect had become stronger and stronger. They had won first place in 2 consecutive treasure sorting meetings. They had even won first place twice in the treasure sorting meeting. Chapter 1528. Since we were the winner last time, I'll be the host this time, and all the elders will supervise. The voice of the Celestial Sect's Sage Realm Elder reverberated throughout the area. He scanned the crowd and said, I believe that most people already know the rules of the competition. However, I still have to repeat the rules of the competition. You are divided into 13 platforms. Apart from the Life and Death Sword faction, each sect has 36 people. The rules of the competition are very simple. First, the Divine Sect in the first platform will send one person to the fighting platform. He can challenge anyone from any sect until one of them is killed or knocked off the fighting platform. Then the competition will be over. The winner will go back to the platform and wait for the next challenge. After the first platform's challenge is over, it will be the turn of the second platform's sect to send one person to challenge. They can also challenge anyone from any sect until one person is defeated. Just like that, it will be the turn of the third platform to send someone to challenge, followed by the fourth platform, and all the way to the 13th platform. At least 13 people will be eliminated in one round. In theory, there will be a total of 36 rounds. Do you understand? The Sage Realm Elder of the Celestial God Sect said loudly. Understood. The crowd responded. Remember, you're not allowed to admit defeat during the challenge. Only when you fall off the fighting ring, or get killed will the challenge be considered over. This way, there will be a sect that will be eliminated in the end. The first 3 sects to be eliminated will be the last 3 sects, and they won't be able to participate in this treasure sorting meeting. The Sage Realm Elder explained again, which made many people clench their fists. No matter what, they couldn't be the last 3 sections. Otherwise, their sects wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the treasure sorting meeting. How shameful would that be? In the end, only one sect will be left. The sect that survives until the end will be rewarded. The reward this time is the Emperor Area Elixir. 7 Emperor Area Elixirs. The crowd was in an uproar. What? The reward this time is so generous? It's the Emperor Area Elixir, and 7 of them. How generous! Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. As the name suggested, the Emperor Area Elixir was refined with the Emperor Area fruit as the main ingredient. It was said that a single Emperor Region pill required 9 Emperor Region fruits and other precious materials to refine. An Imperial Domain fruit could allow a low-rank ruler to directly break through one level. On the other hand, a single Royal Domain pill was capable of allowing a mid-rank monarch, or even a high-rank monarch to directly break through a level of cultivation. How precious was that? To intermediate rulers like them, it was a fatal attraction. It was especially so for Lu Ming. It was too difficult for him to improve his primal chaos domain. However, if he had the Emperor Domain pill, it would greatly reduce the time he needed to break through. The most important point is that saint weapons are not allowed to be used in this competition. Whoever uses a saint weapon will be killed without mercy. Alright, these are the rules for this competition. Now let the competition begin. The Celestial Divine Sect's Sage Realm Elder announced. Then he turned around and returned to a pavilion. Alright, since the Heavenly God Sect is standing on platform number 1, let us be the first to send out someone to fight. On the first platform, a white-robed youth spoke. It was obvious that this person was the leader of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Every sect would arrange a leader to be in charge of adjusting the battle strategy. Having said that, the white-robed youth pointed at a youth and said, "You can go up. Follow the plan." Yes. The youth nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he stepped forward and appeared on the platform. He looked around and his gaze landed on platform number 10, where the people of the Dragon God Valley were. "You come down here and die." The Heavenly Divinity Sect youth pointed at a 4th-rank Martial Royal from the Dragon God Valley. As expected, he was challenging the Dragon God Valley. The crowd was startled. The Dragon God Valley and the Heavenly Divinity Sect had a grudge against each other. Moreover, with the incident involving Lu Ming and the others, it was inevitable that the Heavenly Divinity Sect would target the Dragon God Valley. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" the Dragon God Valley youth said. He stepped forward and charged onto the platform. The two of them faced each other. Die. Die. Almost at the same time. The two of them charged at each other, and their palms collided. Bang. The Dragon God Valley youth's body shook violently. He was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shit, he's a peak 5th-rank Martial Royal. Damn it. Someone from the Dragon God Valley shouted. Die. The young man from the Celestial Sect had gained the upper hand in one move. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a flash of white lightning as he rushed towards the young man from the Dragon God Valley. A godly retribution spear appeared, and pierced towards the young man from the Dragon God Valley. Back off. The Dragon God Valley youth retreated. He knew that he was no match for the Heavenly Divinity Sect youth. He could only stay alive by leaving the platform. "You won't be able to escape. Die." The Heavenly Divinity Sect youth said coldly. Holy light burst out from his body, and the godly retribution spear increased in speed. Slash. The godly retribution spear pierced through the young man's dantian, and pinned him on the battle stage. Then the godly retribution spear flung the young man's body off the battle stage. The young man's interspatial ring had already been taken away. What a piece of trash. The Heavenly Divinity Sect youth sneered and returned to platform number 1. Damn it. Someone from the Dragon God Valley shouted. Someone immediately went down and carried the Dragon God Valley youth's body away. Dragon God Valley, this is just the beginning. Next, all of you will die in this fighting ring. The leader of the Heavenly Divinity Sect said coldly. Humph. Let's wait and see. Han Sun harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Divinity sect had finished their challenge on platform number 1. It was the turn of the Heavenly Divinity sect on platform number 2. A youth from the Heavenly Divinity sect stepped onto the platform and stared coldly at the Dragon God Valley disciple. "You get down here." The Heavenly Divinity sect youth pointed at a rank 4 Marshal Royal from the Dragon God Valley. "The Heavenly Divinity sect is challenging us?" It seems like the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Heavenly Divinity sect have teamed up to target the Dragon God Valley. This guy is also a rank 5 Marshal Royal, but he dares to challenge our rank 4 Marshal Royal. Someone from the Dragon God Valley said in a serious tone. Whoosh. The Dragon God Valley youth jumped onto the platform and stared at his opponent. "Die." The Heavenly Divinity sect youth shouted and charged at the Dragon God Valley youth. His peak rank 5 Marshal Royal aura burst out. The Dragon God Valley youth did not dare to face the attack head-on, and ran to the side. "You can't escape." Demon Shadow Step. The young man from the Sky Universe Demon sect flashed, and appeared in front of the young man from the Dragon God Valley. He unsheathed his demon saber, and demon chi filled the air. Roar. The Dragon God Valley youth roared furiously and charged at his opponent with all his might. However, the difference in their cultivation was too big. Chapter 1529. Demonic Splitting Saber. The young man from the Sky Universe Demon sect slashed out with his saber. The terrifying saber radiance seemed to be able to split everything. Slash. The young man from the Dragon God Valley was slashed in half. Another person from the Dragon God Valley had died. The battle had just begun and 2 of them had already been killed. Damn it. Many young men from the Dragon God Valley shouted and clenched their fists. Then, someone went up and carried the young man's corpse down. The young man from the Sky Universe Demon sect left the fighting ring. Next, it was the Heavenly King Palace's turn to issue a challenge. The Heavenly King Palace sent out a genius of the LV4 Marshal Royal Realm to challenge a LV4 Marshal Royal Realm cultivator from the Thoughtless Saber sect. After more than 100 moves, the genius from the Heavenly King Palace won and knocked the genius from the Thoughtless Saber sect off the fighting ring. Next, the Demonic Moon sect issued a challenge on the 4th fighting ring. The Demonic Moon sect sent out a LV5 Marshal Royal Realm cultivator to challenge a LV4 Marshal Royal Realm cultivator from the Piyuan family. These 2 factions had a grudge against each other, and now they were really angry. Next, it was the Desire Poison sect's turn to issue a challenge on the 5th fighting ring. A young man from the Desire Poison sect jumped onto the fighting ring and looked at the Dragon God Valley's side. "You come down." The young man from the Desire Poison sect pointed at a LV4 Marshal Royal Realm cultivator from the Dragon God Valley. The faces of many people in the Divine Dragon Valley turned ugly. Another challenge from the Dragon God Valley. The young man from Dragon God Valley stepped onto the battle stage with an ugly expression, and then quickly retreated. His opponent was also a LV5 Marshal Royal Realm cultivator. The young man from the Dragon God Valley knew that he was no match for him, so he could only run for his life. Unfortunately, the young man from the Desire Poison sect was too strong. He covered the fighting ring with poison gas and killed the young man from the Dragon God Valley. Another person from the Dragon God Valley had died. Haha. Cold laughter came from the Heavenly God sect. Many young men from the Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect and Desire Poison sect looked at the Dragon God Valley's side with hostility. The Dragon God Valley is in trouble. The Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect are joining forces to deal with the Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley, the Dragon God Valley side. And I don't know how many people from the Dragon God Valley will be killed. The Dragon God Valley's members. Many people from the various sects were discussing the matter. Damn it. Many young men from the Dragon God Valley roared furiously. Some of them even let out dragon roars as killing intent surged from their bodies. Whether it was the disciples of Dragon God Valley on the platform, or the spectator stands behind, they were all enraged. They had gone too far. Counterattack, we must counterattack. When it's our turn, we must fight back. Many people released their true essence, revealing cold killing intent. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others. They provoked the Heavenly Divinity sect, Sky Universe Devil sect, and Poison Desire sect. Otherwise, why would our Dragon God Valley be targeted? A cold voice came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. You. Lu Ming's gaze turned slightly cold. That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others that our Dragon God Valley has fallen into such a desperate situation. Lu Ming and the others have to bear the full responsibility. Such people should have been chased out of the Dragon God Valley long ago. Otherwise, how could today's matter happen? Silver City also spoke coldly. Shut up. Now is the time to think of a way to fight back, not internal strife. Han Sun reprimanded coldly. You and Silver City were wary of Han Sun, so they chuckled coldly and did not say anything. No, if this goes on, I might be in danger too. I must think of a way to save myself. Yu's eyes darted around as thoughts ran through his mind. The competition continued. On the sixth platform, the Nine Heaven Sword Sect. The Sky Pride of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect glanced at the Dragon God Valley and did not challenge them in the end. Instead, he chose to challenge the Blood Demon House. On the seventh platform, the eighth platform, one by one, it was their turn. Soon, it was the Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge the 10th platform. The Dragon God Valley could finally fight back. Han Sun was about to arrange for an expert to kill one of the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciples to regain some morale. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and landed on the platform. It was Yu. Yu, what are you doing? Han Sun shouted angrily. Yu had dashed out before he could make any arrangements. Moreover, Yu was only a 4th-level martial emperor. What was the point of him dashing out? Yu sneered but did not say anything. He didn't want to wait for his death. He was a 4th-layer martial emperor. If he stayed on the platform and waited for the Celestial Divinity Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Desire Sect to challenge him, they might choose him. He didn't want to die. Yu turned around and looked at the monster castle on the 13th platform. Brother, why don't we have a spar? Yu looked at a young man from the monster castle. Damn it. Why is Yu challenging the monster castle? The monster castle is on good terms with the Dragon God Valley. Some disciples of the Dragon God Valley yelled. The young man from the monster castle was stunned. He did not expect Yu to challenge him. Everyone thought that the Dragon God Valley would fight back and send out an expert to challenge the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sky Demon Sect, or the Poison Sect. The young man from the monster castle stepped onto the platform and began to fight with Yu. The young man from the monster castle was on par with Yu in terms of combat strength. After a few dozen moves, Yu was at a disadvantage and was knocked off the platform. Cowardly. Lu Ming said coldly. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley were also enraged. Everyone could tell that Yu was cowardly. He was afraid that he would be challenged by the Heavenly Divinity Sect and the other 2 sects if he stayed on the platform. That was why he went up to challenge the monster castle, who was on good terms with the Dragon God Valley. Moreover, Yu lost after a few dozen moves when they were on par with each other. It was obvious that he lost on purpose. This way, as the person who had lost, he would be considered eliminated. Naturally, he would not be challenged by other sections. I think junior brother Yu did the right thing. Why should he be responsible for the mistakes of others? Inqing said coldly. Afterward, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. The eyes of some of the disciples of the Dragon God Valley flickered. All right, all of you shut up. Han Sun shouted. He was infuriated. As the leader of the Dragon God Valley, he was at his wit's end. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and came before Han Sun. Senior brother Han Sun, Lu Ming has a plan to avenge the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said with a fist salute. What plan do you have? Han Sun's eyes lit up. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley looked over curiously. Lu Ming immediately sent a voice transmission to Han Sun, telling him his plan. Junior brother Lu, are you confident? Han Sun asked solemnly after hearing the plan. Yes, and this is the only way for the Dragon God Valley to fight back. This is the only way to minimize our losses. Chapter 1530. Han Sun frowned and pondered for a while before he nodded. All right, let's do that. With that, Han Sun's gaze turned serious as he scanned the disciples of Divine Dragon Valley. Everyone has to listen to my arrangements for the next round. If anyone dares to make decisions on their own like Yu did, They will be punished according to the sect rules. Don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, senior brother. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. Senior brother, what is your plan? Why don't you tell us? Inching said coldly. You will know when the time comes. Now all you have to do is listen to my arrangements. Han Sun's gaze swept across the Silver City with a trace of coldness. Inching's face darkened and he did not say anything. After Yu lost, he did not return to the platform. Instead, he went to the spectator stand behind the platform, and the competition continued. Platform number 11, number 12 and number 13. When the Demon Castle Challenge on platform number 13 ended, the first round of the competition officially ended. In the first round, the true experts did not participate. Most of them were not very strong. Only Divine Dragon Valley was targeted by the 3 major sects and suffered heavy losses. After one round they lost 4 people. As for Heavenly God Sect and Life and Death Sword faction, no one challenged them. Currently, Heavenly God Sect seemed to be the #1 sect in Song State. They were so powerful that the other sects were wary of them. Although Life and Death Sword faction had fewer people, their individual strength was shocking. Every disciple of Life and Death Sword faction was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword skill of the Life and Death Sword sect required a life and death battle to be fought. It was a killing technique that everyone feared. After the first round, a few sects did not suffer any losses. For example, Heavenly God Sect, Sky Demonic Sect, Poison Desire Sect and Life and Death Sword faction. After the first round, it was time for the second round. In the second round, Heavenly God Sect sent someone to challenge Divine Dragon Valley. Without a doubt, Heavenly God Sect sent out another expert to challenge a weaker disciple of Divine Dragon Valley. He killed the disciple of Divine Dragon Valley on the platform. Then Sky Demonic Sect did the same and killed another disciple of Divine Dragon Valley. When it was Poison Desire Sect's turn, they killed another disciple of Divine Dragon Valley. The atmosphere in Divine Dragon Valley was getting more and more tense. Looks like Dragon God Valley is going to be the first to be eliminated. That's right. And many of them will be killed. Many of the geniuses in this batch will die. What a great loss. The members of the other sects and clans all shook their heads and sighed. The challenges continued and soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Wang Fei, it's your turn. Don't challenge the Celestial Divinity Sect, the Empyrean Demon Sect or the Poison Sect. You can choose from the other sections. Hansen pointed at a young man. Wang Fei. Everyone from the Dragon God Valley looked at Hansen in surprise. Now wasn't it their turn to counterattack? Shouldn't they send out an expert to kill someone from the Heavenly Divinity Sect? Why did they send out Wang Fei? Wang Fei was only a 4th-layer martial emperor. He was considered the weakest among the remaining people of the Divine Dragon Valley. Moreover, he wasn't allowed to challenge the 3 great sects of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. The others were astonished. Wang Fei himself was also stunned. Go. Hansen spoke again. Roger. Wang Fei nodded and flew up to the fighting ring. He chose a disciple of the Intentionless Saber sect whose cultivation was similar to his. The two fought fiercely. After exchanging more than 100 blows, Wang Fei was knocked out of the ring. Dragon God Valley, what's the meaning of this? I don't understand. It's finally their turn. Instead of sending out an expert to counterattack, they sent out a weakling to challenge the other sections. I really don't understand what the Dragon God Valley is trying to do. It's simple. The Dragon God Valley is forced to give up the chance to counterattack to protect their weaker disciples. Otherwise, they would be killed by the 3 great sects. That's right. Many people discussed among themselves. They finally understood the Dragon God Valley's decision. With this, they could at least protect some of their disciples. Humph, how sad. Let's eliminate the Dragon God Valley first. They won't even be able to take part in the treasure pedestal. The leader of the Heavenly Divinity sect said with a hollow laugh. Haha, that's right. I heard that the Dragon God Valley is well prepared to come first in the treasure pedestal. I wonder what would happen if they couldn't even take part in the treasure pedestal? The geniuses of the Heavenly Divinity sect who were rank 7 Martial Royal Realm and above laughed mockingly. Some of the geniuses of the Heavenly Divinity sect who were rank 7 Martial Royal Realm and above looked gloomy. Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm on the 10th platform. Just wait, the counterattack will begin soon. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The competition continued. Soon the second round came to an end. The Dragon God Valley was still the most miserable sect. 3 of them were killed, and 1 was defeated. After 2 rounds, 6 of them were killed and 2 of them were defeated. Only 28 out of 36 were left. The third round began. Just like the previous round, the Heavenly Divinity Sect, Empyrean Demon Sect, and Desire Poison Sect sent out their experts to challenge the weaklings of the Dragon God Valley. They had come prepared. Although the young man of the Dragon God Valley rushed down the fighting stage as soon as he attacked, the opponents sent out were much stronger than him. They managed to kill another 3 of the Dragon God Valley's disciples. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sen sent out a weak disciple to challenge the other sections. He was defeated but managed to survive. Soon the third round ended. 9 of the Dragon God Valley's disciples were killed and 3 were defeated. A total of 12 people were eliminated. At this point, the young men of the rank 4 Martial Royal Realm had either died or been defeated. Only Lu Ming was still a rank 4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. Everyone in the Dragon God Valley looked gloomy and the atmosphere was heavy. Ah. Damn it, Han Sen, why didn't we send out our experts to fight back? Send me in the next round. I want to kill these sons of bitches. Tian Chui waved his big hammer and roared angrily. He was extremely anxious. Lu Ming and Han Sen looked cold and did not say anything. Xue Ningxing glanced at Lu Ming, deep in thought. Then the fourth round began. It was the Heavenly Divinity Sect's turn again. Whoosh! A figure jumped onto the fighting stage on the first platform. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from his body. Rank 6 Martial Royal Realm. The Heavenly Divinity Sect started to send out rank 6 Martial Royal Realm cultivators, because the remaining people in the Dragon God Valley were all rank 5 Martial Royal Realm cultivators and above. The person looked arrogant and looked at Lu Ming. In the end, he said with a cold smile, Lu Ming, get down here and accept your death. He wants to challenge me? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, kill him. Kill this bastard. Tian Chui shouted. Don't worry, Lu Ming said. He stepped out and appeared on the fighting stage. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the people of the Heavenly Divinity Sect again and again? Chapter 1531. Soon, there will be one more member of the Heavenly God Sect dying in my hands. Lu Ming said coldly. Haha, ridiculous. Lu Ming, I know your strength is impressive, but it's mostly due to your sacred weapon. Now that you can't use your sacred weapon, how strong can your strength be? I'm a 6th layer martial dominator. Killing you will be a piece of cake. The young man of the Heavenly God Sect burst out laughing. His aura grew stronger and more shocking. Without a doubt, this young man of the Heavenly God Sect was a powerful genius. He had cultivated a mid-tier earthly spiritual body, which was extremely powerful. Among the geniuses of the Heavenly God Sect, his talent was comparable to Shi Tian's. With his strength, he could easily defeat someone with a higher cultivation. Furthermore, Lu Ming was only a 4th layer martial dominator. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming without using his sacred weapon. Nonsense, come on, use your full strength. Lu Ming said calmly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. Die. The genius of the Heavenly God Sect emitted a brilliant sacred glow as a godly retribution spear appeared in his hand. The godly retribution spear penetrated the rift and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Its terrifying sharpness whistled in the heavens and earth, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The genius of the Celestial God Sect used his killer move right away. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. Roar! The cry of a dragon could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. Following this, the chaotic domain wrapped around Lu Ming's fist as he threw out a punch. The hell-suppressing heaven skill was unleashed. The punch was aimed at the godly retribution spear. You dare to use your fist against my godly retribution spear? Die. The genius of the Heavenly God Sect snapped. The people of the Heavenly God Sect on the platform, and the spectators stand smirked coldly. However, their smirks stiffened at the next moment. Bang! Lu Ming's fist blasted the Divine Punishment Spear. The Divine Punishment Spear exploded instantly. Lu Ming's fist blasted toward the other party as if it was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. No, no. The young man's eyes widened as he screamed in his heart. He had thought he could kill Lu Ming's attack with a single blow. He did not even set up a defense, but it was too late. Bang. Lu Ming's fist collided with the young man's body. The young man's body's body instantly exploded into pieces. He was dead. The genius of the Celestial Divine Sect, a 6th-level martial emperor expert, had been killed by Lu Ming with one punch. Trash is a piece of trash. He stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the Celestial God Sect's genius into his hand. Kills Tian's SSS kills he's minds Sect, S's sex hands sect, two's is there. S mind, S heart, mind, S God. Of the God. Of the God. S two's bees. SS God's minds. Damn it, it's Lu Ming again. Many people from the Heavenly God Sect were enraged. Leave Lu Ming to me. I want him to die a horrible death. Lu Quan was careless just now. Leave Lu Ming to me. The other geniuses from the Heavenly God Sect shouted angrily. All right, I'll be waiting. Come and challenge me then. Lu Ming looked at the Heavenly God Sect coldly. Then he glanced at the Sky Demon Sect and the Poison Sect. Dragon God Valley's counterattack will begin soon. Lu Ming's body flashed and he returned to the fighting ring. Let's continue. The leader of the Heavenly God Sect shouted as he looked at the Sky Demon Sect. Don't worry, the Dragon God Valley's end is already decided. The leader of the Sky Demon Sect sneered. He then sent out an expert to challenge a rank 5 Martial King from the Dragon God Valley. The rank 5 Martial King from the Dragon God Valley was also very strong. He tried his best to rush down the fighting ring, but he was almost killed at the edge of the fighting ring. Then it was the Poison Sect's turn. Another person from the Dragon God Valley was killed. The Life and Death Sword Sect issued a challenge on the 8th fighting ring. Until now, the Life and Death Sword Sect had not lost a single person. Whoosh! Sword radiance flashed, and a figure appeared on the fighting ring. This person was Luo Xiang, whom Lu Ming had met in the Tsang Emperor's secret territory. Luo Xiang looked around and his gaze landed on a rank 6 Martial King on the Heavenly God Sect's fighting ring. He said, "You fight with me." Many people were surprised. The Life and Death Sword Sect was challenging the Heavenly God Sect. The Heavenly God Sect's genius who was being challenged looked gloomy as he stepped onto the fighting ring. He looked at Luo Xiang and said, "Make your move. Make your move first. Otherwise you won't have a chance." Luo Xiang said coldly. "How arrogant. Let's see what you've got." The Heavenly God Sect's genius shouted. A divine retribution spear appeared and stabbed towards Luo Xiang. Clang. A sword radiance flashed from Luo Xiang's hand. It was too fast. Almost no one could see how Luo Xiang had attacked. The sword radiance flashed across the sky. In the next moment, Luo Xiang's sword returned to its sheath. "You." The Heavenly God Sect's genius opened his eyes wide and stared at Luo Xiang unwillingly. Then his body was split into two. Dead. A rank 6 Martial King of the Heavenly God Sect had been killed by Luo Xiang with a single slash. How powerful. Is this the Life and Death Sword Sect's sword technique? It's too terrifying. Luo Xiang is only a rank 5 Martial King. Many people exclaimed. More people felt a chill run down their spines. How could they dodge such a slash? This Luo Xiang is indeed not simple. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. He had heard that Luo Xiang was a peak martial saint, and had been cultivating his sword soul for 15 years. Such a person was extremely terrifying. Now that Luo Xiang had broken through and obtained the Sword Dao inheritance in the Emperor's secret territory, he had truly soared. In a short period of time, his cultivation had skyrocketed and he had reached rank 5 Martial King. Moreover, he had killed a genius of the Heavenly God Sect with a single slash. Such a person would become more terrifying the longer he had broken through to the Martial King realm. Back in the Emperor Tsang's secret territory, Luo Xiang had just broken through to the Martial King realm, and his potential had not been fully unleashed. Now he was truly terrifying. Luo Xiang, our Heavenly God Sect has not offended your Life and Death Sword Sect. Why did you kill our people? The leader of the Heavenly God Sect asked coldly. It's simple. I don't like you. Luo Xiang said indifferently. Then he stepped out and returned to the life and death sword sex platform. Good job, good job. I'm starting to like this Luo Xiang. Tian Shui grinned. The competition continued. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent out the person with the lowest cultivation level to challenge the other sex geniuses. The person was defeated. Soon, the fourth round was over. In this round, Dragon God Valley had lost 2 people, lost 1 and won 1. There were still 21 people left. However, up until now, those who remained in Dragon God Valley were getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 1532. From the 5th round onwards, the survival rate of the Dragon God Valley increased. Although the Heavenly God Sect, Empyrean Demon Sect, and Desire Poison Sect continued to send out their experts to challenge the weaker members of the Dragon God Valley, it became more difficult to kill them. In the 5th round, one person managed to escape from the fighting stage, saving his life. The other 2 had almost escaped from the fighting stage, but they were killed in the end. In this round, the Dragon God Valley had lost 2 and lost 2. There were 17 people left. No one challenged Lu Ming in this round. It seemed that they were not confident and wanted to wait until the end of the round. In the 6th round, the Divine Dragon Valley lost again, but they managed to keep their lives. Although the Divine Celestial Sect and the other 2 sects wanted to kill the Divine Dragon Valley's people, they were all pushed off the battle stage. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley finally became better. After this round, there were 13 people left in the Dragon God Valley. Other than the Life and Death Sword faction, the Dragon God Valley had the least number of people left. This was only the 6th round, and most of the other sects still had around 30 people left. Some of the smaller sects had around 20 people left, while others had close to 30. The Heavenly God Sect and Empyrean Demon Sect had around 30 people left. Then, 2 more rounds passed. There were only 5 people left in the Dragon God Valley. They were Lu Ming, Han Sun, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and Ziyu. After so many rounds, no one had challenged Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. In the battle 10 days ago, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin had displayed their terrifying battle prowess. To be able to fight against Mo He, Wu Qiandu, and other geniuses, their battle prowess was incomparably strong. It was normal that they had not been challenged before. At this point, the 8th round had passed. From the 9th round onwards, the Heavenly God Sect's faces started to turn sour. The remaining 5 people from the Dragon God Valley were not weak. They did not know who to challenge. I'll go and kill Lu Ming. A young man in the 6th layer of the Martial Royal Realm stepped out and flew onto the fighting stage. Lu Ming, come out. The young man in the peak 6th layer of the Martial Royal Realm condensed a spear of divine punishment and pointed it at Lu Ming. That's what I want. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz. Buzz. Wang. The Heavenly God Sect's genius emitted a light screen from his body. Even the armor of an emperor's spiritual weapon appeared. Evidently, that person had learned his lesson. From the very start, he had set up layers of defenses around himself. He's much more careful now, but he's still going to die. Lu Ming said. Shameless boasting. You're the one who's going to die. Kill. The Heavenly Divinity Sect's genius shouted. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of sacred light, rushing towards Lu Ming. Whoosh. The spear of divine retribution streaked across the void, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Boom. Lu Ming punched out, colliding with the spear of divine punishment. With a loud explosion, Lu Ming remained motionless, while the other party retreated several steps. Your combat strength is just SOSO. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not done yet. The other party snapped furiously as a milky white book flew out from his forehead. The book was an emperor's spiritual weapon. The book flipped open, emitting rays of white light that landed on the figure of the Heavenly Divinity Sect's genius. His aura became stronger. A long spear appeared in his hand, which was milky white in color. He lashed out with the spear, which was stronger than before. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession. Terrifying fist intents swept across the void, aiming at his opponent. His opponent kept lashing out with his spear, which transformed into terrifying spears of divine punishment that collided with Lu Ming's fist intents. Terrifying explosions took place on the fighting stage. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 blows. That Lu Ming's strength is incredible. He's only a peak 4th layer martial dominator realm cultivator, yet he's able to fight against a peak 6th layer martial dominator realm genius. It's indeed terrifying, but Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 layers lower than his. I'm sure he's going to lose. Not necessarily. The person from the Heavenly Divinity sect only has a middle-tier earthly astral body, while Lu Ming has a superior-tier earthly astral body. The crowd discussed among themselves. The strength of the genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect became even more ferocious as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Is this your limit? Let's end this then, Lu Ming said in a cold tone. Boom. It was as if Lu Ming's fist intent could penetrate the void, shattering the spears of divine punishment that the genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect had thrown out. Bang. Then Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch that destroyed everything. He landed a heavy blow on the other party's chest. The force surged and broke through several layers of the other party's defense, bombarding the other party's armor. The armor vibrated as the genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect was sent flying. He slid on the fighting ring for a long distance and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Now Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. Although his opponent's cultivation was 2 layers higher than his, Lu Ming's astral body and chaotic domain were much stronger than his opponent's astral body and chaotic domain. He was able to make up for the difference between their cultivation levels. The genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect was furious. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on his opponent. I have an Emperor spiritual weapon to protect me. You can't kill me. The genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect roared and retreated quickly. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered as an Emperor spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand. Swoosh. The long spear pierced towards his opponent. 13th strike. The terrifying spear radiance shattered his opponent's counterattack and pierced his armor. It's useless, his opponent shouted. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically and became filled with fear. At the tip of Lu Ming's long spear, 13 layers of attack power were instantly stacked and erupting with terrifying penetrating power. Puff! The terrifying penetrative power directly pierced through the other party's spiritual emperor armor. The long spear pierced through the other party's heart. Buzz! Then, the long spear vibrated, and the land of destruction exploded. His opponent's spiritual deity disappeared before he could escape. The genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect was dead. Hissed gasps could be heard from the crowd. A genius who had cultivated a medium earth spiritual body and was at the peak of the 6th layer martial royal realm was killed by Lu Ming. The genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was killed by Lu Ming again. This level of prodigy was considered the pinnacle of existence among all the participants of the treasure peddling meeting, except for the prodigies who had cultivated the superior earth spiritual body. However, a superior earth spiritual body was extremely rare. There were not many of them in the entire Tsangzhou. Of the 13 top sects in the treasure sorting meeting, each sect had at most 1 or 2 superior earth spiritual bodies. Some sects did not even have one. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was one of the top geniuses in the treasure sorting meeting. Chapter 1533. Good job! Tian Chui yelled excitedly. So did the people from Dragon God Valley. The Celestial Divinity sect had lost 3 level 6 martial royal realm geniuses. Lu Ming had killed 2 and Luo Xiang had killed 1. Damn it! Lu Ming deserves to die. Someone from the Celestial Divinity sect shouted angrily. There weren't many geniuses with medium earth spiritual bodies in the Celestial Divinity sect. Now that Lu Ming had killed several of them, it was a great loss. Lu Ming put away his spoils and returned to the platform. Next, it was the Sky Demon sect's turn. I'll go. Someone from the Sky Demon sect stepped forward. It's him, Emohi. Emohi is going to fight personally. Who will he challenge? Many people were shocked. Emohi was a top genius in the Sky Demon sect. He had a high earth spiritual body and was at the peak of level 6 martial royal realm. He had a high chance of becoming one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsang prefecture. The top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture all had high earth spiritual bodies. In theory, anyone who cultivated a high earth spiritual body would have a chance of becoming one of the top 10 geniuses. Of course, it was just a chance. Even if one had a high earth spiritual body and had the same cultivation, there would be differences in combat strength. For example, the strength of one's domain martial technique, one's combat strength, and various secret techniques would determine one's combat strength. Emohi's gaze landed on the 5 people from the Divine Dragon Valley. His gaze swept across them before finally landing on Ziyu. I knew he would challenge me, Ziyu said with a smile. Ziyu, if you can't beat him, get off the platform and save your life, Hansun warned. Although Ziyu's combat strength was strong, he didn't have a high earth spiritual body and was no match for Emohi. I know. Don't worry. Ziyu stepped onto the platform. Without further ado, the battle began. Ziyu was a genius from Purple Dragon Valley. He cultivated the Purple Dragon Battle Body, which was a medium earth spiritual body. His domain had reached the peak of level 7, and his domain martial technique had reached the peak. His combat strength was astonishing. Although Ziyu's spiritual body was inferior to Emohi's spiritual body, the difference in their combat strength was not too great. It was impossible for Emohi to kill Ziyu in a short period of time. The two exchanged close to 100 moves before Ziyu lost, and was blasted off the battle stage. Ziyu had failed. There were only 4 people left in the Dragon God Valley. The challenges continued, and soon, it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. The leader of the Desire Poison sect looked at the 4 from the Dragon God Valley, and hesitated. None of the remaining 4 from Dragon God Valley were simple. If they wanted to send someone to fight, they could only send someone with an earthly spiritual body, a peak 6th layer martial emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to kill Lu Ming and the others. Even if they could defeat one of Lu Ming's group, they would be injured, which would be disadvantageous for them in the following battles. In the end, the Desire Poison sect sent out a weakling. For the first time, they didn't challenge the Dragon God Valley but another sect. The Heavenly God sect's leader's face darkened. However, he knew that the Heavenly God sect, the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect had teamed up to deal with the Dragon God Valley. However, the 3 sects all wanted the final victory. If they sent out their best geniuses now, both sides would be injured, and it would be disadvantageous for them in the following battles. After the Desire Poison sect, the 9 Heaven Sword sect sent someone to fight. Soon, it was the Dragon God Valley's turn. A cold killing intent flashed in Han Sun's eyes as he said, "Now let's start the counterattack. Tianchui, you go." "Good, haha, it's finally my turn." Tianchui laughed. He was about to explode from holding back. Now it was finally his turn. Boom. Tianchui landed on the battle stage, and his eyes fell on a young man from the Heavenly God sect. He shouted, "You come down and die. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The young man from the Heavenly God sect jumped onto the battle stage and attacked Tianchui. "Go to hell!" Tianchui roared. He was like a mad dragon as he swung his giant hammer at his opponent, ignoring his opponent's attack and defense. Boom. The young man from the Heavenly God sect screamed in pain as he was smashed into a pile of meat by Tianchui's hammer. "Die die!" Skyhammer roared. His huge hammer danced in the air, causing the void to rumble. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. Good kill. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley cheered happily. Han Sun and Lu Ming revealed a cold smile on their faces. The Dragon God Valley's counterattack was finally going to start. This was Lu Ming's plan. First, protect the people, then counterattack. This was to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley's disciples, and leave the strongest one alive. At the beginning, many people were killed. They had no choice but to do so. If they didn't do so, the weaker disciples would all die. Saving the counterattack for the last was the only way to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley's disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth in anger. The people from the other sects were deep in thought. They seemed to have thought of something. Skyhammer returned to the platform. After that, another 3 matches were held. This round ended, and the 10th round began. It was the Heavenly God sect's turn to challenge again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the Heavenly God sect. How would the Heavenly God sect fight? Would they continue to challenge the Dragon God Valley? Who would they send? At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly God sect looked gloomy and hesitant. He was in a difficult situation. The remaining 4 from the Dragon God Valley had terrifying combat strength. If he were to send someone to challenge them, he would definitely send the strongest Sky Prides. Sending the others would only be sending them to their deaths. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to defeat Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the others. Even if they could win, they would definitely be injured and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. If the Heavenly God sect's strongest cultivators were injured, the other sect's strongest cultivators would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would challenge the Heavenly God sect's strongest cultivators. In this way, the Heavenly God sect's strongest cultivators would probably be eliminated. Without their strongest cultivators, the Heavenly God sect might not even be able to enter the top 10. The Heavenly God sect was now in a passive position. The Sky Prides of the other sects had obviously thought of this, and were looking forward to it. How could this be? The leader of the Heavenly God sect clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, the leaders of the Sky Universe Demon sect and Desire Poison sect felt the same. Hey, are you guys going to challenge them or not? Don't dawdle and waste other people's time. Lu Ming said calmly as if he was waiting for the Heavenly God sect's challenge. Lu Ming. Many disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and glared at Lu Ming. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to challenge Lu Ming. They would only be courting death. Brother Wu, Brother Demon. At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly God sect sent a message to the leaders of the Sky Universe Demon sect and Desire Poison sect. How about this? Let's put the Dragon God Valley aside and eliminate the weakest sects first. Then, we'll gather our strength to deal with the Dragon God Valley. What do you think? Alright, I agree. Chapter 1534. The leaders of the Heavenly Divinity sect, Empyrean Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect discussed and decided to eliminate the weakest sects before joining forces to deal with Lu Ming and the others from the Divine Dragon Valley. They had no choice but to do so. If they went all out to deal with Lu Ming and the rest, the other sects would most likely take advantage of them. In that case, they might not even be able to enter the top 10 and participate in this year's treasure exhibition. They could not accept that no matter what. If they eliminated the weakest sects, they would at least be able to enter the top 10 and participate in the treasure sorting meeting. They would then deal with Lu Ming and the others after they entered the top 10. That was their plan. Sure enough, the Heavenly Divinity sect sent out a LV5 Marshal Royal to challenge a LV4 Marshal Royal from the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family was one of the weakest forces. It seems like the Heavenly Divinity sect is afraid. Why don't you dare to challenge my junior brothers from the Divine Dragon Valley? A LV7 Marshal Royal from the Divine Dragon Valley said as he looked at the Heavenly Divinity sect with disdain. They had been mocked by the Heavenly Divinity sect, saying that they would definitely not be able to participate in the treasure sorting meeting. Now they could finally fight back. What's the rush? That's right. The best part is yet to come. The Heavenly Divinity sect's LV7 Marshal Royal and above snorted. Hansun, that's a good plan. An old voice came from a pavilion. It was the Saint Realm Elder of the Divine Dragon Valley. Elder, this plan was proposed by junior brother Lu Ming. Hansun bowed to the pavilion and said, Not bad. Continue to work hard. Make those sects pay a price. Otherwise, do you think that the Divine Dragon Valley is easy to bully? The Saint Realm Elder of the Divine Dragon Valley continued. Don't worry, Elder. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lu Ming said with a smile. At that moment, the battle had already begun. The Heavenly Divinity sect's genius defeated the Piyuan family's genius easily. Then, it was the Heavenly Divinity sect's turn. They also sent out an expert to challenge the Piyuan family, and defeated them easily. When it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, they would also challenge the Piyuan family. Everyone understood that the 3 great sects of the Heavenly God sect were going to join hands to eliminate the weaker sections. The Piyuan family was helpless. They couldn't even resist. This time, the Piyuan clan didn't have anyone with a spiritual body who had reached the top of the 6th Huangqi layer. They only had one spiritual body, so the cultivators of the fourth Huang-Chi layer couldn't fight back. Soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn. This time, Xuaningxin had challenged the Heavenly God sect to a duel, and had killed a sixth-layer martial dominator realm genius of the Heavenly God sect, causing the crowd of the Heavenly God sect to wear unpleasant expressions. Previously, they had hunted down the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. They were so arrogant that the Dragon God Valley could hardly retaliate. But now the people of Dragon God Valley were hunting them down, and they couldn't fight back. They were so depressed that they wanted to die. In the 11th round, the Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect continued to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, it was finally Han Sun's turn. Han Sun also challenged a sixth-layer martial dominator realm genius of the Heavenly God sect. Han Sun had a spiritual body, and his cultivation was at the peak of the sixth Huang-Chi layer. He was extremely powerful, and his opponent couldn't even rush down the fighting stage. He was easily killed by Han Sun. The Heavenly God sect could only endure. They had to endure until 3 other sects were eliminated, and then they would fight back. In the 12th round, the 3 great sects of the Heavenly God sect continued to challenge the Piyuan clan. Because there were other sects challenging the Piyuan clan, the Piyuan clan only had a few people left. They were doomed to be eliminated. This round, it was finally Lu Ming's turn. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared on the fighting stage. He looked at the Heavenly God sect. The crowd wasn't surprised at all. Dragon God Valley had come to take revenge by killing the people of the Heavenly God sect. When Lu Ming looked at the remaining geniuses of the Heavenly God sect, their faces changed drastically. A few of the sixth-layer martial dominators turned pale. In the end, Lu Ming's eyes fell on a white-haired young man. "You come down and die," Lu Ming said coldly. "What? Lu Ming is going to challenge by MO." The crowd was shocked. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting. Indeed. I didn't expect that Lu Ming would challenge by MO now. In recent years, there have been many geniuses in the Celestial sect. There are many powerful people. It is said that there are 3 superior-grade Earth spirit bodies who are attending the treasure sorting meeting. Bai Mo is one of them. That's right. Bai Mo is one of the top experts in the treasure sorting meeting. Many people spoke excitedly. The battle between the top experts was about to begin. Junior brother Lu Ming. Han Sun's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's action was out of his expectation. He thought that Lu Ming would challenge an ordinary 6th-layer martial dominator. "You want to challenge me?" Bai Mo said coldly as killing intent surged from his body. "That's right," Lu Ming said. "Well, I wanted to kill you later. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way first," Bai Mo said coldly. His body moved and he appeared in the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. "Is that so? The Heavenly God sect will be heartbroken if I kill you." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. White energy cut. At this moment, Bai Mo moved. A snow-white sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Before the sword arrived, the sharp intent pierced the air and produced a whistling sound. Not everyone in the Heavenly God sect practiced the divine skill. Many of them practiced other skills. But a sovereign spiritual weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He shook the long spear and it turned into a spear radiance that pierced through the air. The spear radiance and the sword radiance collided, and a dense force spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Bai Mo were already engaged in a fierce battle. Bai Mo's realm was very special. It was a vast expanse of white, and every ray of white radiance was a ray of sword chi. Coupled with Bai Mo's realm martial technique, its power was terrifying. The dense sword radiance pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 13 strikes. His long spear was like a dragon, sweeping across the void. Each strike contained 13 rays of attack power. The endless sword radiance was destroyed by the long spear and dissipated in the air. The two figures intertwined on the fighting ring, and collided with each other from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 50 blows. Divine Gate Seal. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming used the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. Suddenly, 6 sealed doors appeared and emitted rays of light to seal Bai Mo's pupils contracted and he shouted, "God by Sword Shadow!" Bai Mo's body emitted a white light like a sword. In a flash, he rushed out of the 9 seals of the divine gate. What a wonderful spiritual body! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1535. He could not help but admit that the upper earthly spiritual body was extremely talented and powerful. Bai Mo's strength was absolutely shocking. With his cultivation of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm, he could easily kill an 8th layer martial dominator realm expert. Divine white sword formation. Bai Mo uttered a roar as he charged out from the 9 seals of the God Gate. His eyes turned completely white as strange runes appeared in them. Buzz. In the sky, densely packed patterns suddenly appeared, like a huge white array formation. Following this, the same runes appeared under Lu Ming's feet, which looked like a giant formation. They surrounded Lu Ming from above and below. This is not a formation, but a secret technique of the spiritual body. Lu Ming was startled. Some powerful spiritual bodies were able to produce secret techniques of the spiritual body. In other words, they were brought along by the bloodline. For example, Lu Ming's devouring force was brought along by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Even after refining the divine dragon flesh, it still retained the devouring force. Other bloodlines might also retain some powerful secret techniques after transforming into the spiritual body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword intents were emitted from the 2 runes and fired toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no way to retreat in all directions. Wind element technique. Lu Ming's heart shuddered as a blue force from the air-frozen bead entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming executed the wind element technique, causing his figure to turn into a breeze and float in the air. Lu Ming's figure swayed, leaving behind a string of afterimages. He flashed among the infinite sword auras, avoiding the sword auras. However, there were too many sword intents. In such a narrow space, Lu Ming could not dodge them all regardless of how fast his movement was. Whoosh! A sharp sword intent pierced toward Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body was covered with the primal chaos domain, resisting the sword chi. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the sword chi pierced through the primal chaos domain and stabbed into Lu Ming's chest. It wasn't that the chaotic domain wasn't strong. First, the sword chi was too terrifying. Second, Lu Ming's chaotic domain was too weak. It was only level 4. At least for Bai Mo, his level was too low, so he couldn't defend against it. If it was a level 5 chaotic domain, the sword chi would not have been able to break through its defenses. However, the primal chaos domain had greatly weakened the power of the sword chi. Roar! At that instant, a dragon's roar could be heard from Lu Ming's body as a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. Clang! The sword chi struck the dragon scales, causing sparks to fly. The sword chi collapsed, and the dragon scales on Lu Ming's chest were slightly damaged, revealing a trace of blood. What terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming's heart stirred. Even an 8th layer martial dominator realm cultivator would be slain by the sword intent from the 2 patterns. Whoosh! Whoosh! More energy poured into the air-frozen pearl. Lu Ming activated the wind origin skill to the maximum and his speed increased. Lu Ming's figure was everywhere in the sky. However, Lu Ming couldn't rush out of the 2 patterns because the 2 patterns had covered the entire fighting ring. If he rushed out of the pattern, it would mean that he had rushed out of the fighting ring. In that case, Lu Ming would lose this round. If it had been any other place, Lu Ming would have rushed out long ago. Haha. Lu Ming is doomed to die under Senior Brother Bai Mo's White God Sword Array. That's right. Senior Brother Bai Mo's eye technique has killed many high-level martial dominators. Once one is trapped in it, one will die unless one's cultivation is much higher than his. Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge Senior Brother Bai Mo. He's courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming was in danger, the disciples of the Celestial Sect were in a good mood. They couldn't help but mock and ridicule him. On the other hand, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were worried. In the fighting ring, Bai Mo's eyes had turned pure white. There were lines on his pupils that were exactly the same as the 2 patterns. Bai Mo stepped on the void and landed on the pattern above. His territory seemed to have merged with the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern became even more terrifying. The sword chi whistled and its speed increased greatly. Lu Ming, today is the day you die, Bai Mo said coldly. It's too early for you to be happy, Lu Ming said indifferently. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to form seals with his hands. 9 seals of the Holy Gate. A deep voice could be heard as 6 sealed doors appeared. However, this time, the sealed doors were not facing Bai Mo, but Lu Ming himself. The 6 sealed doors floated around Lu Ming and shone brightly. The sword chi that was aimed at Lu Ming was suppressed by the power of the sealed doors and stopped in the air. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Following that, Lu Ming took 9 consecutive steps. The power of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps erupted, dispersing the sword aura below him. With the help of this force, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. Unknowingly, the Emperor's spiritual weapon Long Spear appeared in his hands again. He merged with the holy spiritual weapon and unleashed the 13 strikes. He shot up into the sky and attacked by Mo. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the process of shooting up into the sky, 2 black holy swords appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Holy Sword Skill. Holy Sword Skill was a spiritual attack. It broke through Bai Mo's pattern and rushed into Bai Mo's body. Ah! At that moment, Bai Mo screamed in pain. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. As a martial emperor's cultivation increased, his spiritual spirit would become stronger and stronger. At the same time, his soul would become stronger as well. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the spiritual strength. Lu Ming's soul had been refined by the alchemy Calamity Bell. His spiritual strength was dozens of times stronger than a martial artist of the same level. During this period of time, he had been cultivating the Holy Sword skill, and his spiritual strength had become stronger. If Lu Ming was facing a martial artist of the same level, Lu Ming would be able to destroy his soul with the Holy Sword skill. Even a genius like Bai Mo, whose cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. At that moment, the 2 patterns under Bai Mo's feet dimmed. Bam! Lu Ming broke through the patterns and pierced Bai Mo's body with his sharp spear. Ah! Bai Mo screamed in agony. Then, under Lu Ming's destructive power, his body and soul were destroyed. Bai Mo was dead. At that moment, there was a sudden silence around the fighting ring. Almost everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the fighting ring in shock. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming had been completely suppressed and his life was in danger. However, in the next moment, the situation had been reversed. Lu Ming had killed Bai Mo with 1 blow. The change had happened so quickly that no one could react. Bai Mo had been killed and the patterns on the fighting ring had disappeared. Bai Mo's body fell heavily on the fighting ring, and it had awakened everyone. There was an uproar at the scene. Senior brother Bai Mo. Junior brother Bai Mo. Ah, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. Angry shouts could be heard from the divine sect's side. Bai Mo had a superior earth spiritual body. There were not many geniuses like him in the divine sect. Every one of them had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsang state. In the future, they would have a great chance to become a martial sage. They might even have a chance to become a supreme sage. To a sect, each of these geniuses was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Chapter 1536. On the other hand, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were very excited. Good job. Isn't the Heavenly God sect arrogant? That's the way to kill them. Lu Ming is invincible. Many people shouted. Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the others who were close to Lu Ming were so excited that their faces turned red. Previously, many disciples of the Dragon God Valley had been killed. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley had nowhere to vent their anger and frustration. Now they had vented all their anger. A genius with a superior earth spiritual body was more valuable than all the disciples of the Dragon God Valley combined. The Heavenly God sect had only sent 3 such geniuses to participate in the small meeting. Now one of them had died. It was a great loss. Trash. Lu Ming said coldly in the fighting ring. He took Bai Mo's storage ring with his hand. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. You're dead. Some geniuses of the 7th layer martial royal realm and above shouted angrily in the stance. What? Disciples below the 7th layer can't do it. Do you want to fight? The disciples of the 7th layer martial royal realm and above said coldly in the stance. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect looked even more upset. Lu Ming's strength has reached this level? Zi Wuji said in the Heavenly God sect's stance. He clenched his fists tightly. Beside him sat Eden and Ji Hongqian. They were all from the continent of godly ruins. A few years ago, they had competed with Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming had completely surpassed them. The strongest among them was Eden. However, he was only a second-layer martial emperor at the moment. Ziwuji and Ji Hongqian were still stuck at the peak of the first-layer martial royal realm. Eden and Ji Hongqian had a complicated look on their faces. Ziwuji, Ji Hongqian, after this meeting, I plan to leave the Heavenly God sect and train myself. What about you two? Eden sent a message to Ziwuji and Ji Hongqian. The three of them were not on good terms in the continent of godly ruins. They were even competitors. However, after coming to the Yuan continent, the three of them became closer. After all, they came from the same place. You want to leave the Heavenly God sect? With your current cultivation, it's very dangerous for you to leave the sect and venture outside. Ziwuji's face changed. Only danger is worth tempering. If I die on the road of tempering myself, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. But if we stay in the Heavenly Divine sect, outsiders like us won't be able to receive good training. We'll be no different from odd job workers. We'll never be able to catch up to Lu Ming. Eden seemed to have made up her mind. I'll go with you. Ji Hongqian pondered for a moment before he spoke. Ziwuji's complexion changed for a while before he grit his teeth and said, I will continue to stay in the Heavenly God sect. All right. Eden nodded. Everyone had their own ambitions, and he would not force them. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming put away the storage ring and returned to platform number 10 in a flash. Lu Ming, well done, haha. Tian Shui laughed loudly. Xuaningxin and Han Sun also smiled. The disciples of the Celestial God sect flew down to the fighting stage and took Bai Mo's body away. The competition continued. Soon this round ended, and a new round began. It was the Heavenly God sect's turn to challenge again. The leader of the Heavenly God sect glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the others. But in the end he still sent people to challenge the Piyuan family. They could only endure for now. Now that they had lost a top expert, their strength was greatly reduced. They did not dare to fight with the Dragon God Valley now as they were afraid that they would not be able to enter the top 10. After the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, and the Desire Poison sect followed in the footsteps of the Heavenly God sect to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn, Tian Shui challenged and killed a 6th rank expert. Just like that, a few rounds passed. The first sect to be eliminated was finally born. The Piyuan family was eliminated by the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, and the Desire Poison sect. Now there were only 12 sects left. The competition continued. When it was Lu Ming's turn to challenge, he did not challenge the top expert of the other side this time. Instead, he chose a weaker opponent. The competition went on one round after another. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The faces of the Heavenly God sect became more and more unpleasant. Every round, the Dragon God Valley would kill one of their sky prides. Those who were selected to participate in the small gathering were the top sky prides. The loss of each of them would cause the Heavenly God sect heartache. But now they were being killed one after another. When the 19th round ended, the Heavenly God sect only had 16 people left. The losses were beyond imagination. The Dragon God Valley still had 4 people left. At this time, another 2 weaker sects were eliminated. Finally, there were only 10 sects left. These 10 sects were equivalent to obtaining the right to participate in the treasure meeting. When the 20th round began, it was the Heavenly God sect's turn to challenge again. Brother Wu, Brother Mo, it's time to eliminate the Dragon God Valley. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said coldly. His voice was filled with endless coldness. Great, that's what I want. The Heavenly Universe Demon sect's Mohi's eyes were especially cold. I've been waiting for this moment. The Desire Poison sect's Wu Qiandao's eyes were even colder. Poisonous insects crawled out of his body and swam around him. Brother Wang, why don't we work together to eliminate the Dragon God Valley? The leader of the Heavenly God sect looked at the leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. The 9 Heaven Sword sect had a good relationship with the Heavenly God sect. On the contrary, they didn't have a good relationship with the Dragon God Valley. He wanted the 9 Heaven Sword sect to deal with Lu Ming and the others. The eyes of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect's leader flickered as he looked in the direction of the Dragon God Valley. He said with a hint of fear, "I won't get involved in your business." He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Heavenly God Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Desire Poison Sect, and the Dragon God Valley. Moreover, the Dragon God Valley wasn't easy to deal with. The leader of the Heavenly God Sect's face darkened when he heard the Nine Heaven Sword Sect's rejection. "Hey, are you guys going to challenge us or not? Stop wasting time." Tian Chui carried his hammer and looked at the Heavenly God Sect's direction. "Since you guys are in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Luaning, you're up." The leader of the Heavenly God Sect said to a black-robed figure. "I've been waiting for this moment," the black-robed figure said coldly, causing the hearts of many Heavenly God Sect's disciples to tremble. They were well aware of how terrifying the black-robed chaos shadows was. Whoosh! A shadow flashed and Luaning appeared on the fighting stage. Many of the weaker ones didn't even see how he appeared on the fighting stage. "You come down." A pair of cold eyes stared at Tian Chui from within the black robe and said coldly, "Haha, it's finally my turn." Tian Chui laughed. "Tian Chui, you have to be careful. This person is one of the three superior earthly spiritual bodies of the Heavenly God Sect. He specializes in assassination techniques." Han Sun warned with a serious expression. "Don't worry. No matter what he's good at, I'll crush him with my hammer." Chapter 1537. Boom. Tian Chui, carrying a huge hammer the size of a water tank, rushed towards the battle stage like an iron tower, and landed on the battle stage, causing the entire stage to rumble. "Shorty, let Grandpa Skyhammer's hammer take care of you." Skyhammer brandished his water tank-like hammer, revealing a malevolent killing intent. "Die." At this moment, Luaning moved. His body was like a shadow as he suddenly appeared in front of Skyhammer. A thin and long sword stabbed towards Skyhammer's heart. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was like a trained assassin. Boom. Skyhammer stomped on the ground and quickly retreated. Then he used his huge hammer to block in front of him. Clang. Luanying's sword hit Skyhammer's hammer and bounced back. Luaning used the force of the rebound to appear above Skyhammer's head. A terrifying sword light stabbed towards Skyhammer's head. Scram! Skyhammer roared and smashed his hammer towards Luanying's head. The hammer smashed down, creating a terrifying gust of wind that caused the sky to rumble. Clang! The hammer hit Luanying's sword. However, Luanying's body seemed to be weightless. He could appear wherever he wanted. Chua! In the next moment, Luanying's body appeared behind Skyhammer and stabbed out with his sword. Skyhammer used his huge hammer to block Luanying's attack. However, Luanying's movement technique was too fast. He constantly moved around Skyhammer's body. His sword was like a poisonous snake, aiming for Skyhammer's vital points every time. Shadow Domain. On the stage, Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Luaning had comprehended the Shadow Domain. He moved like a shadow and cultivated the assassination sword Dao. His perfect combination made him shockingly powerful. He could usually kill cultivators stronger than him in one hit. It was obvious that the opponent had arranged for Luaning to challenge Skyhammer. Luaning could counter Skyhammer and prevent him from using his brute force. Scram, scram, scram. Skyhammer became more and more furious. He kept smashing his huge hammer, creating a terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light stabbed out from under Skyhammer's feet. This sword came without any warning, and it was inconceivably fast. This sword was actually thrust out from the Heavenly Hammer's own shadow. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Not good. Han Sun and Xuanixin exclaimed in shock. Roar. Tian Chui seemed to have also sensed the terrifying danger. With a roar, the muscles on his body squirmed and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, Tian Chui retreated rapidly to avoid the sword. Puff. The sword light continued to sweep across Tian Chui's leg. The dragon scales were cut open, revealing a deep wound. If Tian Chui had not reacted in time, one of his legs would have been chopped off. Whoosh. However, at this moment, under Tian Chui's feet, another sword light pierced towards Tian Chui from his own shadow. What a strange attack. Kill. Sky Hammer roared as the massive hammer in his hand smashed down heavily on his own shadow. Boom! The giant hammer directly smashed the sword light and smashed heavily on the shadow of the battle platform. The entire fighting ring shook violently. Not far away, Luan Ying's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. It seemed that Sky Hammer's attack had hurt him. Whoosh! Next, Luan Ying's body flashed and disappeared. At this time, 8 more shadows appeared around the hammer. Every time the shadows appeared, a sword light would shoot out towards the hammer. Tian Shui used his massive hammer to block the enemy's attack. However, the attacks from all directions were too fast for Tian Shui to block all of them. Puff! Puff! After a while, a few wounds appeared on Tian Shui's body. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. Haha, senior brother Luaning is going to win. A disciple from the Celestial God sect sneered. On the other hand, everyone from Dragon God Valley was watching carefully with a dark face. Barbaric Dragon Strike. Suddenly Tian Shui roared. He grabbed the handle of his massive hammer with both hands and swung it. His entire body spun rapidly. The handle of Tian Shui's hammer was extremely long. When he swung it, it was like a hurricane sweeping in all directions. Bam! 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 The 8 shadows could not dodge at all. When they were swept by the hammer, they all collapsed. The 8 shadows collapsed and reformed into a single shadow. It was Luan Ying's shadow. At this moment, the black robe on Luan Ying's head was destroyed, revealing a dark and gloomy face. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was also injured by Tian Shui's attack. Shadow Sword Kill. A low voice came from Luan Ying's mouth. His body slowly became blurry and turned into a shadow. In the end, the shadow also disappeared. Luaning seemed to have completely disappeared from the fighting stage. Even his aura could not be sensed. A shadow-type spiritual body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light pierced towards Tian Shui from the top of his head. Tian Shui swung his hammer upwards. However, at the same time, a sword light pierced towards Tian Shui's feet, left and right. Tian Shui roared angrily and quickly retreated to avoid the sword light. However, a sword light still left a sword wound on Tian Shui's body. Around the heavenly hammer, sword light constantly appeared, soundless and without any signs. Barbaric Dragon Strike. Tian Shui roared and used the same move again. He swung his giant hammer and spun it wildly. However, this time, the sword light did not disperse. Instead, it pierced through Tian Shui's attack and continued to stab towards him. Puff! Puff! A few more wounds appeared on Tian Shui's body. What's going on? Why can't we attack him? Some disciples of the Dragon God Valley asked anxiously. Tian Shui's attack was too strange. Tian Shui's attack could not hit him. It's not that he can't hit him. It's just that he can turn into a shadow, which can greatly reduce the damage done to him. Tian Shui's attack was weakened when it landed on his body. At the same time, he's too fast. Most of the attacks were dodged by him. A genius of the rank 9 Martial King realm, explained on the spectator stand. Roar! Tian Shui let out a dragon roar. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the fighting stage. It seemed that he was going to rush down the fighting stage. If you want to rush to the fighting stage, stay here. Luan Ying's cold voice came from the sky. Tian Shui pretended not to hear it, and continued to rush forward. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light pierced towards Tian Shui from behind. Tian Shui, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped and turned around. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Tian Shui's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Die! A cold voice sounded. Luan Ying's figure appeared in front of Tian Shui. Roar! At this moment, Tian Shui let out a dragon roar. A giant barbaric dragon shadow appeared on his body. The barbaric dragon shadow clawed at Luan Ying. Oh no! Chapter 1538. Bam! The barbaric dragon clawed at Luan Ying's body. Luan Ying groaned as he was sent flying, spitting out blood. Kill! Tian Shui roared as he hurled the huge hammer in his hand. Like a meteor, it smashed into Luan Ying, who was in the air. Luan Ying screamed as his body was sent flying. The giant hammer carried Luan Ying out of the stage and landed heavily on the ground. Luan Ying spat out blood, his face as pale as paper. Luaning lost because Tian Shui was still on the stage. Whoosh! The giant hammer flew back to the stage and landed in Tian Shui's hand. Puff! Tian Shui's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had defeated Luaning, he was heavily injured as well. Senior brother Tian Shui, come up and treat your injuries. Lu Ming shouted. Tian Shui channeled his true yuan and rushed up to the stage. He sat down cross-legged and started to treat his injuries. Just now, he had been injured by Luan Ying's sword multiple times. In the end, the sword had pierced through his heart. The terrifying destruction sword Qi was constantly destroying Tian Shui's spiritual body. Tian Shui had to destroy the destruction sword Qi first before he could heal. Damn it! The leader of the Heavenly God sect shouted angrily on the stage. Originally, he thought that with Luan Ying's strength and the fact that he could counter Tian Shui, he would be able to defeat Tian Shui. Although he might not be able to kill Tian Shui, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. He didn't think that Tian Shui would defeat Luaning in a way where both sides were injured. His plan was foiled. As a result, 2 of the 3 top experts of the Heavenly God sect had been defeated. Only the leader was left. This made the faces of the Heavenly God sect very ugly. The Heavenly Divinity sect had already announced that they would also take first place in the Treasure Ding Ding Party and achieve 3 consecutive championships. But now there was only 1 top expert left, the leader. The other 6th-level experts had almost all been killed, so there was no chance for them to take first place. This was all because of the Dragon God Valley. They wanted to deal with the Dragon God Valley, but in the end, they got themselves into trouble. Before the competition started, the Heavenly God sect probably didn't expect this. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The leader of the Heavenly God sect looked at the Sky Demon sect. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the Sky Universe Demon sect, carrying a demon saber on his back. It's Mo Xian. Someone recognized this person. There were 2 geniuses from the Sky Universe Demon sect who had reached the peak of the 6th layer martial royal realm, with a superior earth spiritual body. One of them was Mo, and the other was Ma Xian. Mo Xian looked at Xuaningxin and said, I challenge you. Many people were shocked. Indeed, the Celestial sect, the Empyrean Demon sect and the Poison sect had sent out their strongest forces to deal with the Dragon God Valley. Xuaningxin stepped onto the fighting ring. Kill. The demonic saber was unsheathed, and demonic energy soared to the sky. Roar. Xuaningxin revealed her true form and turned into a snow dragon. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. This battle was different from the one between Sky Hammer and Luaning. This battle was a head-on clash, and it was exceptionally fierce. Xuaningxin was a pure-blooded true dragon, and she was considered a genius even among true dragons. Her dragon body was as strong as a superior earth spiritual body, and she was evenly matched with Mo Xian. The 2 sides exchanged more than 200 blows, and in the end, Xuaningxin won by a little and knocked Mo Xian off the fighting ring. However, Xuaningxin was severely injured, and her injuries were even worse than Sky Hammer's. Xuaningxin dragged her injured body back to the fighting ring and began to heal. The Dragon God Valley had won another battle, defeating a top expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect. Could it be that the Dragon God Valley was going to be the last one? Some people had such thoughts. The challenges continued and soon, it was the Poison sect's turn. Whoosh! Wu Qiandu of the Poison sect stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. The Poison sect also had 2 top experts. Wu Qiandu was the leader of the Poison sect, and he was going to fight personally this time. Wu Qiandu's gaze shifted between Han Sen and Lu Ming. According to the rules, Sky Hammer and Xuaningxin had just fought, so they couldn't challenge them now. Only by challenging Lu Ming and Han Sen could they challenge Sky Hammer and Xuaningxin. In the end, Wu Qiandu's gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you managed to escape with your sacred weapon the last time. Now come down and accept your death. Wu Qiandu said coldly. Last time, Lu Ming had used his black wings to create a gust of wind that rendered his poison gas useless. Now that he couldn't use his sacred weapon, he wanted to see how Lu Ming would defend against his poison gas. Another one who wants to die. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Whoa. As soon as Lu Ming's feet landed, Wu Qiandu took action. Densely packed poisonous insects swarmed toward Lu Ming, covering the sky and the sun like a mass of dark clouds. Wang. Lu Ming's chaotic domain spread out and shrouded the endless poisonous insects. Fire. Lu Ming whispered, and the chaotic domain turned into a flame domain. The flames engulfed the insects, and sizzling sounds could be heard as the insects were burned to ashes. But at this time, Wu Qiandu waved his hand and toads appeared. Each toad was covered in pustules and emitted a foul smell. They pounced toward Lu Ming. In the air, the toads spat out poisonous water that enveloped Lu Ming. When the poisonous water landed on the chaotic domain, it actually emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Kill. At the same time, Wu Qiandu charged toward Lu Ming. A soft whip appeared in his hand. The whip was covered with poisonous thorns, and it swept toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched out continuously, bombarding the toads and soft whips. However, when Lu Ming's fist force bombarded those toads, they actually self-exploded and turned into a pool of thick water that gushed toward Lu Ming, emitting a disgusting stench. Once he smelled this stench, Lu Ming felt slightly dizzy. Circulating his true yuan, he regained consciousness. What a terrifying poison! Lu Ming thought. Shwa. Shwa. Poisonous insects kept gushing out of Wu Qiandu's body. Next, there were toads and poisonous snakes that attacked Lu Ming. As for himself, he controlled the soft whip and was extremely agile as he whipped Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and used the divine sword art. 2 black sword lights burst out from Lu Ming's eyes and rushed toward Wu Qiandu. But at this time, a layer of poisonous insects appeared on the surface of Wu Qiandu's body, forming a shield. The divine sword art attacked the poisonous insects and killed a large number of them, but Wu Qiandu was unharmed. Soul attacks can ignore ordinary defenses and attack the soul. However, these insects of mine have spirits. With spirits, your soul attacks won't be able to penetrate them. Last time, you used it once. This time I'm prepared. Wu Qiandu sneered. It seems that soul attacks are not omnipotent. There are still weaknesses. Chapter 1539. Soul attacks were something that ordinary defenses would not be able to defend against, and they would be able to pierce right through. When facing the evil spirit sex Elder Mo Hun, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain and Bubble's space-time domain could only weaken a portion of the attack. One could imagine that normal defenses would be useless. However, soul attacks also had their weaknesses. If a living being stood in front of them, the soul attack would not be able to pass through. For example, Wu Qiandu had used poisonous insects to block in front of him. Although the poisonous insects were small, they were still sentient and had souls. Soul attacks would attack the poisonous insects, and Wu Qiandu, who was behind the poisonous insects, was naturally unharmed. He dared to challenge Lu Ming because he had a foolproof plan. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. If soul attacks were useless, would Lu Ming not be able to deal with Wu Qiandu? Whoosh! Lu Ming covered his body with the primal chaos domain and soared into the sky. Boom! 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 Following which, Lu Ming looked down from a high vantage point and threw continuous punches with his fists. Streaks of terrifying fist energy shot out like meteors towards Wu Qiandu, the poisonous insects, and the poisonous snakes. A large number of poisonous insects and toads were killed. The battle stage was littered with the corpses of insects, toads, and snakes. Pools of venom covered the battle stage, emitting a disgusting stench. Wisps of poisonous gas filled the battle stage. Haha, Lu Ming, thank you for your cooperation. The poison array has been set up. Now you can die. On the battle stage, Wu Qiandu smiled coldly. Green poisonous gas spread out from his body and merged with the poisonous gas on the battle stage. The entire battle stage was shrouded in poisonous gas. 1,000 poison hands. Wu Qiandu said coldly. The poisonous gas rolled and turned into poisonous palms that shot toward Lu Ming in the sky. Lu Ming used the wind origin technique to avoid the poisonous palms. In that case, I'll kill you first. In Lu Ming's hand, a Spirit King spear appeared. He became one with the spear and dived down, charging into the poison gas array and attacking Wu Qiandu. You can't kill me. Wu Qiandu let out a cold laugh. With a bang, his body exploded and turned into clouds of poisonous gas, which merged with the poisonous gas of the formation. Lu Ming's long spear swept out horizontally, the poisonous gas tumbling endlessly. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and a formless soul attack erupted. However, there were countless poisonous insects flying within the poisonous gas. Lu Ming shouted, and a group of poisonous insects fell to the ground. Hee hee, Lu Ming, you can't hurt me at all. You can only passively let me kill you. Wu Qiandu's proud voice rang out. The poison gas array churned, constantly surging towards Lu Ming. The terrifying poison gas enveloped Lu Ming, as if it wanted to corrode the primal chaos domain, and then turn Lu Ming to ashes. Moreover, the poison gas would condense into attacks and attack Lu Ming. The long spear vibrated, destroying the attacks one by one. Lu Ming, rush down the fighting stage yourself, or be killed by me. Wu Qiandu's cold voice rang out. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming said indifferently. If Lu Ming wanted to kill Wu Qiandu, he could do it now. He just needed to cast the chaotic flipping sky seal. The terrifying power of the chaotic flipping sky seal could directly cover the entire fighting ring. He could easily destroy this array and even kill Wu Qiandu. However, now was not the time to use the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Lu Ming wanted to save the primal chaos flipping sky seal to deal with the leader of the celestial god sect, or Mo. If he did not use the primal chaos flipping sky seal, he would have to use other methods. Buzz. Lu Ming's primal chaos domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire fighting stage. Then, endless lightning appeared and filled the fighting stage, followed by flames. The entire fighting stage was enveloped by the power of lightning and fire. Chi-chi, poisonous insects were burned to death one by one. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming continued to roar as he used the divine sword art, forming invisible waves that rushed out in all directions. A large number of poisonous insects were killed and turned into ashes in the lightning and fire. I don't believe that your soul power can keep on erupting. Wu Qiandu's voice rang out. There was a limit to a person's spiritual strength. Constantly using it would consume a lot of spiritual strength. However, after a while, Wu Qiandu became nervous. Lu Ming still did not stop. His soul attack continued to erupt, killing almost all of the poisonous insects. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the poisonous gas churned and Wu Qiandu's screams rang out. A cloud of mist gathered and churned, as if it was about to condense into a human form. Devour! Lu Ming took a step forward and pressed his left palm in the air. The devouring power erupted and enveloped the poisonous gas. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured and refined by Lu Ming. The poisonous gas was terrifying. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body had reached the superior earth spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's spiritual body contained traces of primal chaos chi, which was stronger than an ordinary superior earth spiritual body. Hence, he was not afraid of the poisonous gas. Roar! Lu Ming's body faintly rang out with a dragon's roar. Wu Qiandu's poisonous gas was being refined continuously. How can this be? My spiritual body is invincible. How can you refine it? Wu Qiandu's terrified screams rang out from the poisonous gas as he desperately resisted. Kill! Lu Ming roared as 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed and his resistance weakened instantly. Lu Ming continued to erupt with his devouring power, devouring and refining Wu Qiandu's poisonous gas. As Wu Qiandu screamed, the poisonous gas became smaller and smaller. He wanted to reform his body, but Lu Ming directly attacked. With a punch, he turned back into poisonous gas and was devoured by Lu Ming. Soon Wu Qiandu's poisonous gas was reduced by more than half. Spare me, spare me! Wu Qiandu was finally afraid, and began to beg for mercy. This feeling of watching himself being refined made him extremely terrified. Moreover, he did not want to die. He had a great future. With his talent, he was very confident that he could break through to the Saint Realm in the future. A Saint Realm expert had a lifespan of more than 100,000 years. How free and unfettered was that? The people from the 13 sects were shocked. Wu Qiandu was actually forced to this step by Lu Ming? In the eyes of these geniuses, Wu Qiandu was definitely a terrifying existence. His 1,000 bathing poison body and his poisonous body made everyone wary. Even those geniuses who were at the same level as him were extremely wary of him. But now he was begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming. Spare you? Previously, you sent people from the Desire Poison sect to kill my disciples. Why didn't you spare them? Why didn't you think about the current situation? Lu Ming said coldly as his devouring power continued to devour Wu Qiandu. Wu Qiandu screamed as his poisonous gas churned. Before the battle with Lu Ming, how could he have thought of such an outcome? All he thought about was how to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 1540. Young man, don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. At this moment, an old voice came from one of the pavilions. Judging from the direction of the voice, it should be the Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect. Hehe, are you heartbroken? Why didn't you think about it when you killed my disciple? Lu Ming, you don't have to pay attention to this old man. The voice of the Saint State Elder of the Dragon God Valley came from the pavilion behind the Dragon God Valley. Young man, you should think about it. After all, you'll be traveling outside in the future. It's not good to go overboard. The Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect continued. Despicable. How dare you threaten my disciple? The Saint State Elder of the Dragon God Valley said. Hehe. The Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect sneered. Kill. However, Lu Ming's response was only one word. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes emitted two beams of sword gleams that pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed miserably. The ball of poisonous gas completely collapsed, and there was no sign of life left. Wu Qiandu was dead. This was Lu Ming's response to the Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect. He was strong and merciless. At this moment, there was no sound from the pavilion behind the Desire Poison sect, but a cold murderous intent filled the air. Of course, the Saint State Elders were not allowed to interfere in this situation. Otherwise, the other sects would gang up on them. If Wu Qiandu was dead, most of the people present felt their hearts tremble. Another top-notch prodigy was killed by Lu Ming. In addition to Bai Mo, there were already two top-notch prodigies who had died in Lu Ming's hands. It was too tragic. In the past, very few top Earth spiritual bodies were killed. Even if there was a difference in combat power, it wouldn't be too big. It was possible to defeat them, but difficult to kill them. This time, it was only the 20th round, but two top prodigies had already died and several others were seriously injured. Because of Lu Ming, the small meeting this time was several times more tragic than the past. Lu Ming put away Wu Qiandu's storage ring and returned to the platform. Then, someone went up to the fighting ring and cleaned it up. After all, the poisonous insects and snakes that Wu Qiandu had released earlier were all poisonous substances on the battle stage. On the platform of the Celestial God sect, the leader of the Celestial God sect looked at Tian Chui and Xuanixin coldly. This guy wants to challenge Tian Chui and Xuanixin in the next round. Lu Ming said. Right now, Tian Chui and Xuanixin were both heavily injured. If the leader of the Sky God sect challenged them, it would be very dangerous. The leader of the Sky God sect obviously wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Tian Chui or Xuanixin. I won't let him succeed. Han Sun spoke, his killing intent cold. After cleaning up, the competition continued. Perhaps the atmosphere had been stirred up, but when it was the turn of the other sects, the atmosphere became even more intense. The other sects that had enmity with each other also began to send out their top experts to challenge the top experts of their enemy sections. After the battle between Lu Ming and Wu Qiandu, there were two more clashes between the top experts. In the end, the top geniuses of the Intentionless Saber sect and the Demon Castle both suffered heavy injuries and fell off the fighting ring. On the other hand, the top expert of the Linglong Palace defeated his opponent, and won despite being heavily injured. Soon, it was the Divine Dragon Valley's turn. Han Sun stood up and stepped out onto the fighting ring. Yu Sheng, come down, Han Sun said coldly. Yu Sheng was the name of the leader of the Sky God sect. Everyone was shocked. Han Sun was challenging Yu Sheng. The leaders of the two sects were about to clash. Yu Sheng's eyes turned cold. His original plan was to wait until the next round, when it was the Sky God sect's turn to challenge, and then he would personally kill Tian Chui or Xuanixin. Obviously, Han Sun had seen through his plan and challenged him directly. Yu Sheng stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. It's the same if I kill you first, Yu Sheng said coldly. His body erupted with dazzling holy light. His entire person was bathed in the holy light, and there was no speck of dust. Yu Sheng was a direct descendant of the Sky God sect, and he cultivated the Sky God sect's techniques. Shameless boasting. Han Sen sneered, and a terrifying cold air burst out from his body. The cold air spread in all directions, and half of the fighting ring was covered in white frost. Boom! Boom! Yu Sheng and Han Sen charged at each other at the same time, and a fierce battle broke out. The two figures clashed continuously on the fighting ring, and their speed became faster and faster. Some of the weaker cultivators could no longer see the two figures clearly. They could only see the endless sacred light and the terrifying cold air on the fighting ring, forming a pillar of qi that shot up into the sky. Whoosh! Yu Sheng was bathed in the sacred light, and he held the god's punishment spear in his hand. He was like a god descending to punish the world. White dragon scales appeared on Han Sen's body, and his body was covered in a layer of ice armor. His arms turned into dragon claws, and they were terrifying. Clang! Clang! The dragon claws and the god's punishment spear clashed fiercely. Poochie! Han Sen's shoulder was pierced by the god's punishment spear, but Han Sen's other dragon claw clawed at Yu Sheng's chest, almost tearing his heart out. The two of them were injured at the same time, and their clothes were stained with blood. But the battle continued. To be honest, Han Sen and Yu Sheng's combat strength was terrifying, and they were even stronger than Bai Mo's. It could be said that in the future, they were very likely to be ranked among the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang state. After all, the top 10 geniuses were chosen by the younger generation below the Saint Realm. Once this year's top 10 geniuses broke into the Saint Realm, they would automatically be removed from the top 10 geniuses, and new geniuses would replace them. It could be said that these two geniuses of the future were fighting in advance. This battle went on for more than 300 moves, and their genuine essence and physical strength were gradually exhausted. In the end, it became a hand-to-hand fight. The two of them tangled together, and blood stained the fighting ring. Bang! In the end, the two of them rolled off the fighting ring at the same time, and the battle ended. Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Han Sen. His genuine essence flowed into Han Sen's body, and he said, "Senior brother Han Sen, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. That guy is worse." Han Sen smiled. "Humph." Yu Sheng snorted, and with the help of the disciples of the Celestial God sect, he landed on the spectator stand, took a healing pill, and began to heal. Lu Ming helped Han Sen to the spectator stand behind the fighting ring, and then returned to the fighting ring. In this way, there were only 3 people left in the Dragon God Valley. However, the people of the Celestial God sect all looked gloomy. After Yu Sheng's withdrawal, the Celestial God sect no longer had any top experts, and it was a joke to get first place. The battle continued, and soon, this round was over, and the 22nd round began. In this round, the remaining disciples of the Celestial God sect had lost their morale, and they randomly sent out one person to challenge the other sections. After that, it was the turn of the Sky Universe Demon sect. "Let me." Emohi from the Sky Universe Demon sect stepped out with a demonic blade on his back. He landed on the fighting ring and looked directly at the Dragon God Valley. He glanced at Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Chapter 1541. Emohi obviously wanted to challenge Tian Shui and Xuanixin. In the end, Emohi's eyes fell on Xuanixin and said coldly, "Come out. Fight." Xuanixin said and stepped forward. "Senior sister, be careful," Lu Ming said. Xuanixin nodded and stepped onto the battle stage. "I'll kill you in this battle." Emohi's demonic aura surged as the demonic saber on his back unsheathed and slashed toward Xuanixin. Roar! Xuanixin roared and turned into her true form. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of icy air toward the saber. Boom! An intense collision occurred, and Xuanixin's slender body trembled as she retreated. Xuanixin had been severely injured in the previous battle, and it was impossible for her to recover in such a short time. She was at a disadvantage from the start. Demonic Saber Division. The demonic saber in Emohi's hand merged with his domain and slashed out again. The demonic saber division was the ultimate technique of the Sky Universe demonic sect. It was said to be able to split everything with a single slash. Snowflakes appeared around Xuanningshin and flew toward the demonic splitting saber with a whistling sound. But when the snowflakes came into contact with the demonic saber division, they seemed to be affected by a terrifying vibration and exploded. Clang, clang, clang. The snowflakes collided with the demonic saber, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The snowflakes collapsed, but the power of the demonic saber was also rapidly weakening. Slash. Emohi's demonic aura surged as he slashed out again. Then he slashed out again. One slash after another, and each slash was extremely terrifying. It was as if they were going to split the sky. Xuanningshin's dragon claws stepped on the air and pounced toward Emohi. Boom. Boom. Terrifying explosions were constantly heard as the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Gradually, Xuanningshin was losing. Her injuries were acting up, and she couldn't use her full strength. Poochie. Dragon scales were cut and fell everywhere. Deep and long wounds appeared on Xuanningshin's body, and blood dyed her snow-white body red. Die. Emohi's devil saber pierced through Xuanningshin's attack and slashed at her head, trying to decapitate her. Xuanningshin retreated quickly, but it was still too late. A wound was left between her eyebrows. Xuanningshin was already heavily injured, and now that she was injured, her battle prowess was getting weaker and weaker. She was no match for Emohi. Senior sister, get off the battle stage, Lu Ming said to Xuanningshin telepathically. If this went on, Xuanningshin would be in danger. Roar. Xuanningshin shouted. She was unwilling to give up. After exchanging another blow with Emohi, she turned around and left. You want to leave? Stay. Emohi's demonic chi became even more terrifying. She soared into the sky and slashed out with her demonic saber. 8 saber lights slashed down, blocking Xuanningshin's path. Xuanningshin's dragon claws stomped on the ground, and the ground was instantly covered in a layer of ice. Ice swords rushed out and rushed towards the demonic sabers. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, Xuanningshin's battle prowess was too weak to break through the demonic sabers. Instead, the demonic sabers left a deep wound on her body, almost cutting off one of her dragon claws. You can't escape. Demonic dragon seal. Emohi said coldly. His hands formed a seal, and a black demonic dragon roared and flew toward Xuanningshin. The two dragons, one black and one white, fought on the battle stage. Then, Emohi split the demonic saber and attacked Xuanningshin. After a few moves, Xuanningshin's injuries were even more severe. Break! In the end, Xuanningshin roared. Her true dragon body shrank rapidly, and a layer of ice covered her body, making her look like an ice sword. Whoosh! The ice sword kept colliding with Emohi's demonic saber. Finally, it rushed out of the range of the demonic saber and reached the edge of the battle stage. At this time, the ice covering Xuanningshin's body also collapsed. Xuanningshin's aura became even weaker. She stomped her dragon claws and rushed out of the battle stage. She let out a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew her aura. Die! Emohi roared and stood at the edge of the battle stage. His eyes were ferocious and filled with cold killing intent. He slashed his demonic saber at Xuanningshin's head. Xuanningshin's fall meant that the battle was over, so she completely let down her guard and withdrew her true yuan. She didn't expect Emohi to be so despicable and attack her again. Xuanningshin didn't have time to dodge this attack. You're courting death. On the platform, Lu Ming let out a roar and his true essence boiled. The black wings on his back suddenly extended. With a flap, he appeared next to Xuanningshin and flapped the demonic saber. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You interfered and used a saint weapon. You broke the rules. Seeing that his saber had been blocked by Lu Ming, there was a look of indignation in Emohi's eyes. Shut up. Who broke the rules? My senior sister has already rushed out of the battle stage and landed on the ground. She lost. This battle is over, but you still want to kill her. Are you the one who broke the rules, or am I the one who broke the rules? Lu Ming stared coldly at Emohi. If he hadn't been watching the battle stage and immediately used a saint weapon to rush out, Xuanningshin would have been in danger. Oh, her foot landed on the ground? I didn't see it. Emohi quibbled. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He only stared at Emohi with cold killing intent. He had to kill this Emohi. Senior sister, let's go. Lu Ming helped Xuaningxin to the spectator stand. Junior brother. Thank you for just now. Xuaningxin had returned to her human form, but her face was somewhat pale. Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. I will kill Emohi to avenge you. Lu Ming said. I believe in junior brother. Xuaningxin smiled. She swallowed a healing elixir and began to recuperate while Lu Ming returned to the platform. The challenges continued. As expected, when it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, an expert from the Desire Poison sect challenged Tian Chue. Like the Sky Demon sect, the Desire Poison sect also had two top experts. Wu Qiandu had been killed by Lu Ming, so there was only one left. The Desire Poison sect hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted to kill Tian Chue to avenge Wu Qiandu. However, Tian Chue's injuries were better than Xuaningxin's. Moreover, Tian Chue cultivated the barbarian dragon body, so his defense was strong. However, Tian Chue was injured and couldn't defeat his opponent. After exchanging more than 100 blows, he was knocked off the stage. With Tian Chue's defeat, only Lu Ming was left in the Dragon God Valley. Countless gazes landed on the platform of the Divine Dragon Valley, and on Lu Ming alone. Chapter 1542. The challenges continued, and they were very intense. Now the competition had entered the second half, and the weak had been eliminated. The remaining people were all very strong, and the battles were very intense. One battle after another, it was finally Dragon God Valley's turn. Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the fighting stage. Emohi, come down and die. Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the area. As expected, Lu Ming is going to challenge Emohi. In many people's hearts, Emohi had violated the rules earlier and almost killed Xuaningxin. Many people guessed that Lu Ming would definitely challenge Emohi. Emohi carried the demonic saber on his back and stepped onto the fighting stage. You've managed to escape the previous 2 times. Today, I'll finish you off. Emohi spoke. Even though Lu Ming had already killed 2 top-notch powerhouses, he was still very domineering. Today you won't have any chance. You will die without a doubt. Lu Ming said, and he was also very strong. Buzz. Buzz. The two stood facing each other, and their domains burst out at the same time, rushing toward each other. Boom. Their domains collided with each other, and there was a loud rumbling sound. They were fiercely fighting. Emohi's demonic Dao domain was at the peak of LV7, while Lu Ming's domain was only at the peak of LV4. However, Lu Ming's domain was not at a disadvantage at all. Their domains continued to clash and entangle with each other, stirring up a terrifying energy storm. Kill Demonic Saber Division. Emohi shouted and unsheathed his demonic saber. A shocking saber light broke through the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he used the 13th strike. A spear light burst out and collided with the demonic saber. There were 13 forces in the spear light, and they exploded with a terrible penetrating power. However, there was a terrible splitting power in the demonic saber that was rapidly splitting the spear light's power. In the end, the 2 forces dissipated. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. The demonic saber of the Sky Universe Demon sect was indeed worthy of its reputation. Whoosh. Whoosh. Then, the 2 of them rushed forward and collided with each other like 2 bolts of lightning. The demonic saber and the long spear collided with each other, emitting a terrifying roar. Every time the 2 of them collided, a terrifying shockwave would erupt. The shockwave was rampant and swept out in all directions. Around the fighting stage, there was a transparent light screen that blocked the overflowing chi. Otherwise, some of the weaker people in the spectator stands would have been injured. Kill. After exchanging several moves, Lu Ming roared. 2 divine swords shot out of his eyes, shooting toward Emohi. Lu Ming used the divine sword art, and 2 pitch-black swords entered Emohi's body and attacked his spiritual divinity. However, Mo's body only trembled slightly and he was fine. A spiritual god defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your soul attack is useless against me. Emohi sneered. His demonic saber swept out, taking advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Wang. Lu Ming's long spear shook, blocking the Devil Blade's attack. Then the 2 of them clashed again, exchanging dozens of moves. In truth, Emohi was indeed very strong. He was even stronger than Bai Emo and Wu Qiandu, who Lu Ming had just killed. He should be comparable to Han Sun, the leader of the celestial god sect. Lu Ming's spiritual body and primal chaos domain gave him a slight advantage. However, Emohi's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine a victor. Third bloodline. With a thought, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared. A strand of energy entered Lu Ming's body, increasing Lu Ming's combat strength. Clang. Lu Ming's long spear swept out, and Emohi's body trembled. He was forced back a long distance along the fighting stage. Divine Gate 9 seals. Lu Ming's hands quickly formed seals, and 6 sealing gates appeared around Emohi, wanting to seal him. Demon God descends. Emohi roared. Demonic chi surged, and a huge demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms condensed around him. It exuded a vast demonic aura. This was a secret technique, or rather, it was a secret technique brought by Emohi's spiritual body. It was very similar to Bai Mo's sword array. They were both secret techniques brought by spiritual bodies. Boom. The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god blasted out 6 palms, bombarding the 6 sealing gates. Boom. Boom. The 6 sealed doors trembled and directly exploded. At this time, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. The long spear smashed towards Emohi like a mountain. Boom. Boom. The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god's 6 giant palms bombarded Lu Ming. 2 of them blocked Lu Ming's long spear, while the other 4 palms pressed down on Lu Ming like 4 mountains. Lu Ming's long spear shook, turning into layers of spear shadows, and blasted out. The long spear collided with the demon palms. In the violent explosion, Lu Ming and Emohi's bodies were both pushed back. This brat, how long has it been? He has such combat strength. He must be eliminated. Emohi was shocked. Back when he led people to hunt down Lu Ming did not have much strength to resist in front of him. But now, Lu Ming could fight him head-on, and it was difficult to tell who would win. In a while, what realm would Lu Ming reach? Wouldn't he surpass him in all aspects? Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. If they met in the future, they would definitely fight fiercely. One of them had to die. But in a while, he was afraid that if he met Lu Ming again, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming now. Kill. Kill. Emohi roared. His demonic chi seemed to burn, and the huge demonic god seemed to become corporeal. Shockingly, 6 huge demonic sabers appeared on the demonic god's 6 arms. Boom. Boom. Emohi took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming. The huge demonic god brandished its demonic sabers and charged at Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. The power of his third bloodline continuously poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to become even stronger. At the same time, devouring power burst out and enveloped Emohi, causing his demonic chi to become unstable. The demonic god's aura also weakened. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. His long spear turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear light that smashed toward Emohi. Emohi's eyes were ferocious. He also used all his strength. The huge demonic god and the 6 demonic sabers continuously slashed at Lu Ming. The two collided fiercely. Spear light and saber light soared into the sky. Everyone, whether they were on the platform or in the spectator stands, held their breaths and stared at the fighting ring. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting scene. What strong combat strength! He can unleash such terrifying combat strength when he's below the 7th martial royal realm. I'm afraid that even the 8th martial royal realm would be killed by him. A genius above the 7th martial royal realm said with a serious look. They're all peerless geniuses. In the future, they have great hopes of becoming the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang Prefecture. That's right. I wonder who will win this battle. Chapter 1543. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Emohi had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, the demon god that Emohi had condensed began to tremble. Clearly, maintaining this demon god was taxing on Emohi's true chi. Moreover, Lu Ming was constantly releasing his devouring power. Emohi could feel that his demonic chi was constantly being devoured by Lu Ming. This made his demonic chi even more difficult to sustain. Seal. At this time, Lu Ming used the sealed doors again. The 6 sealed doors shone brightly and suppressed the demon god. This time, the demon god was finally unable to break through the sealed doors and his movements became stiff. Boom. Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His long spear turned into a huge spear light and smashed heavily on the demon god's head. 13 different powers instantly superimposed and exploded. He roared, and the head of the demonic god exploded. Then the body of the demonic god exploded as well. In an instant, the demon god's entire body exploded. Emohi's body shook violently and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Retreat! Emohi gritted his teeth and flew back. He knew that he had lost today. He was no match for Lu Ming. Now he had to rush down the fighting stage. You can't escape. Seal. Lu Ming said coldly. 6 sealed doors appeared in front of Emohi, blocking his way. Emohi slashed out with his demonic saber continuously, but he couldn't break through the sealed doors. At this time, Lu Ming had already put away his long spear. He was holding a large seal in one hand. Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Now, Lu Ming had cultivated the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal to the peak of the 3rd level. While its power was increasing, he was also becoming more proficient in using it. When he used the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, he didn't need to use it at once like before. The consumption of true chi was terrifying. Now he could control the power of the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal. By reducing the power of the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal, he could save a lot of vital essence and control it more smoothly. For example, the seal that Lu Ming was holding in his hand was the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal that he had condensed. It had about 50% of its full power. However, if Lu Ming had used his full power, he would not have been able to hold it in his hand and control it to such an extent. With 50% of its power, it would be much easier for Lu Ming to control it. Boom. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal smashed towards Emohi. Even with 50% of his full power, his attack power was still terrifyingly strong, surpassing the power of Lu Ming's 13 strikes of storing power. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal was like an ancient divine mountain, as it smashed towards Emohi. The vast power and shocking aura caused Emohi's face to change drastically. Emohi roared and turned around to block. His demonic saber slashed out continuously, hoping to block the attack. Boom. The splitting demonic saber slashed at the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Not only did it not split the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, but the demonic saber itself was shattered by the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal continued to smash down. In the end, Emohi used his demonic saber to block in front of him. An Emperor's spiritual weapon armor appeared on his body. Together with the domain, it blocked in front of him. Boom. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal smashed down heavily. Emohi's body shook violently as he retreated frantically. His face was pale as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His hands that were holding his saber were trembling nonstop. The bones in his wrists had been broken. He had paid such a heavy price to block the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. However, there was a loud rumbling sound from above as another Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal came crashing down. Ah! Emohi roared angrily as he exerted all his strength to defend himself. Bang! This time, Mo fell to his knees and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His arms exploded, and his demonic saber flew far away. As for Emohi's body, even with the protection of his ruler armor, he was unable to withstand all of the power. The frightening power shattered many of Emohi's bones. However, to Emohi's despair, the 3rd Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal came crashing down on him. No! This time, Emohi roared in despair. This time he would not be able to block it. If he could not block it, he would die. Come out! Emohi roared as a small black pagoda flew out from between his eyebrows. A vast aura emanated from it. A sacred weapon. This small pagoda was a sacred weapon. Whoa. The sacred weapon expanded rapidly and collided with the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. The small black pagoda was sent flying. Emohi vomited blood again as he rolled on the fighting ring, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. He broke the rules by using a sacred weapon. Use a sacred weapon and kill him. The disciples of Dragon God Valley roared. Whoosh! The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley stepped out from the pavilion behind Dragon God Valley. His eyes were cold as he said, "Using a sacred weapon on the fighting ring will result in death." The Sage Realm Elder struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print pressed down on Emohi. "What are you doing?" An elder rushed out from the pavilion behind the Empyrean demon sect. He struck out with his palm, sending out a blade light that shattered the Saint Realm Elder's palm print. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked coldly at the Saint Realm Elder of Empyrean demon sect and said, "Before the battle began, I already announced that anyone who uses a sacred weapon will be killed. Are you trying to stop me?" Elder, save me!" Emohi screamed in horror. The Saint Realm Elder of Empyrean demon sect frowned and said, "How about we spare him this time?" "Spare him? You should ask the Taoists of the other sects if they agree." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many figures stepped out from the pavilions. They were the Saint Realm Elders of the 13 sections. The rules have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We can't break them. Since they've violated them, kill them. The Elder of Life and Death Sword faction was the first to speak. "That's right. If everyone uses a sacred weapon, what's the point? How can we tell how strong the younger generation is? It's just a competition of how many sacred weapons they have. So we must kill him," the Demon Castle Elder said. "I agree. We must kill him. If he didn't use a sacred weapon, he would have been killed already." "I agree." The elders of the other sects spoke one after another. Emohi's face was filled with despair. Only the elders of Celestial Divinity sect and Poison Desire sect didn't speak. "No, I don't want to die." Emohi roared and turned into a ray of demonic light, about to rush into the distance. "Die." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, and a terrifying sound wave rushed toward Emohi. Emohi's body exploded in midair. Even the sacred weapon pagoda didn't have any effect. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Is this the strength of a Saint Realm Elder? He didn't even attack. He just roared and killed Emohi. Chapter 1544. Lu Ming, this sacred weapon is your spoils of war. Keep it. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. "Thank you, Elder." Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony, and kept the small pagoda sacred weapon. Of course, he also kept Emohi's storage ring. These were his spoils of war, and he did not stand on ceremony. Humph! The Elder of Sky Universe Demon Sect glanced at Lu Ming coldly before he turned around and returned to his pavilion. The other sect elders also returned to their pavilions. "Lu Ming, you've done well. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect will reward you accordingly." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said with a smile. This made Hiyu Blizzard Silver City and the others in the spectator stands jealous. Lu Ming smiled and returned to platform 10. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. A large pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming devoured the origin stones and started to recover. Lu Ming had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle. He did not have much true origin left. Everyone on the spectator stands looked at Lu Ming with fear. In this small gathering, 3 top geniuses had died at the hands of Lu Ming. If Emohi had not used a sacred weapon, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, he had been killed by Lu Ming. 3 top geniuses from Heavenly God Sect, Sky Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Desire Sect. This was a great loss. In the past treasure peddling gatherings, such a situation rarely happened. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of LV4 Martial Royal Realm. It was a miracle that he had achieved such a result. In the treasure peddling gatherings, top geniuses who had reached LV6 Martial Royal Realm were extremely difficult to kill. However, this time Lu Ming had killed 3 of them. Back then, the Divine Sun's cultivation was at the peak of LV6 Martial Royal Realm, and he had only killed 2 geniuses of this level in the treasure peddling gatherings. Now, the Divine Sun was the top of the top 10 geniuses. Lu Ming had already broken the record of the Son of God. The 13 sects and forces all had different thoughts in their minds. The challenges continued. After Lu Ming's challenge, it was the turn of the Demon Castle on Platform 13 to challenge. This was because the Piyuan family on Platform 11 and the Blood Demon House on Platform 12 had already been eliminated. After the Demon Castle challenge ended, This round also came to an end. Next, it was the Heavenly Divinity sect's turn again. The Heavenly God sect's people glanced at Lu Ming with deep fear. They then sent out one person to challenge the other sections. Next, it was the Sky Universe Devil sect's turn. Although they wanted to avenge Mo, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming, so they could only challenge the other sections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the platform, but no one dared to challenge him. Soon it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. The Desire Poison sect still had a top genius who had defeated Tian Shui previously. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with deep fear. How would he dare to challenge Lu Ming? He sent out another person to challenge the other sections. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn again, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They didn't know who Lu Ming was going to challenge this time. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. Especially the Heavenly Divinity sect, the Sky Universe Devil sect, and the Desire Poison sect. Whoever was challenged by Lu Ming would be courting death. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. After the cultivation just now, his true yuan had completely recovered. The devouring power allowed him to recover his true yuan by devouring origin stones at an astonishing speed. No one could compare to him. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the Desire Poison sect's side. He wanted to challenge the only top expert left from the Desire Poison sect. Just now this person had challenged Tian Shui. He wouldn't let him off so easily. The Desire Poison sect's expert stepped onto the platform with an ugly expression. However, the moment he stepped onto the platform, he immediately rushed to the back. He wanted to rush off the platform. Many people were speechless. This person had a superior earth spiritual body. He was as famous as Emohi and Wu Qiandu. However, he didn't even dare to fight and wanted to rush off the platform. It was clear that this person was afraid of Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming charged towards this person. However, this person's spiritual body was a poison spiritual body. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he wanted to escape and didn't want to fight. On this small platform, it was difficult for Lu Ming to kill him. In the end, his opponent successfully rushed off the platform at the cost of a certain amount of injuries. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It was a pity. In this way, the Heavenly Divinity sect, the Sky Universe Devil sect, and the Desire Poison sect, a total of 7 top experts, were all defeated. The competition ended prematurely. There wasn't much suspense in the rest of the competition. With Lu Ming holding the fort alone, no one dared to fight him. Every time it was Lu Ming's turn, he would choose a genius from the Heavenly Divinity sect to kill. This made the geniuses on the Heavenly Divinity sect's platform extremely afraid. In the end, in order to survive, they purposely didn't fight and rushed off the platform. They even challenged the Sky Universe Devil sect and the Desire Poison sect in order to preserve more lives. The 3 sects were forced to such a state by Lu Ming alone. This was rare. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the Tsang continent. The challenges continued. Because the Heavenly Divinity sect's method was equivalent to admitting defeat, they were the first to be defeated. This move of the Heavenly Divinity sect is really beautiful. Where did they learn it? Someone from the Dragon God Valley mocked. The Heavenly Divinity sect's disciples on the spectator stand all flushed red, but no one retorted. They didn't have the face to refute. Before the treasure pedestal meeting, the Heavenly Divinity sect had announced that they would be the champion 3 times in a row. But now it had become a joke. If they hadn't used the correct strategy to eliminate the 3 weakest sects in advance, they might not even be able to enter the top 10. After the Heavenly Divinity sect was eliminated, Lu Ming targeted the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming considered that Xian Yanqing was the saintess of the Sky Universe Devil sect, so after killing Mo he didn't continue to challenge the other disciples of the Sky Universe Devil sect. This made the disciples of the Sky Universe Devil sect heave a long sigh of relief. The Desire Poison sect was in a miserable state. They were all frightened and in the end, they adopted the Heavenly Divinity sect's method and became the second sect to be eliminated. As the competition continued, the number of people left from each sect decreased. Even the Life and Death Sword sect only had a few people left. In this battle, the Life and Death Sword sect was the same as before. Although they had fewer people, They were all elites with terrifying combat strength. Luo Xiang also rose in this battle. With his cultivation of the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, he had killed many LV6 Martial Royal Realm geniuses. Gradually, one sect after another was eliminated. However, there was still one person sitting cross-legged on the 10th platform. Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the only one left in the Dragon God Valley. However, Lu Ming was as steady as a rock and didn't move at all. In the end, will Lu Ming be the last to leave the Dragon God Valley in first place? Someone muttered. Many people looked at each other in dismay. If that was the case, it would be a legend that would be passed down for hundreds of years. Whoosh! A sword light flashed and Luo Xiang stepped onto the fighting stage. Lu Ming, how about we spar?